Alright, hey guys, welcome back to another Blender live stream. I am your host Morgan Ozpin, and why is there two? Oh, never mind. Alright, never mind. Hey guys, welcome back to another Blender live stream. I thought I was seeing two videos on my screen, but it turns out I forgot that I am streaming in windowed mode here rather than in capture whole mode here on Windows. Anyway, hey guys, what's up? We're gonna be continuing with the donut tutorial. I don't know if you guys are still interested in this, but we're technically following through the Blender 1.0 tutorial, not the 5.0 tutorial, the 1.0 tutorial. If you're beginning to use Blender for the first time, I suggest you start with the 5.0 tutorial. Because 1.0 doesn't mean that this is the first part of a series of streams. It means that this is the first version of the donut tutorial made by Blender Guru that he made around 9 years ago. But if you're gonna be following this now, I don't think you would learn anything from it technically, because it is using an outdated version of Blender that you can't even use anymore. So if you wanna learn actual, Blender, I suggest you stick with his 5.0 tutorial as of the time of this recording, which is July 22, 2026 at 2:32 p.m. So, anyway, why am I doing this? The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to figure out if there are still some things in... Okay, I just saw... Freaking the car outside is freaking loud. The reason why I'm doing this is because I just want to see what I can learn from a past version of Blender that I can apply to a new version of Blender. Not that I really expect anything from this tutorial that's 9 years old by now, but it's just kind of fun and entertaining to see what it is like using Blender for the first time when it was still in its 2.5 version. I think it's 2.5 that he made this freaking tutorial. But yeah, we're just here to have fun, guys. If you if you are actually here to just learn something, actually learn Blender, don't watch this. But if you want to be wacky with me and we do some shit here that involves me just looking at a blast from the past, then just keep watching, I guess. So with that being said, let's just go watch this tutorial, shall we? Before we do so, let me know if this is being heard.
Learn how to change the shape of any object by using something called edit mode. So we'll talk all about what that is.
I don't know, guys, can you hear this? I'm not sure.
Very quickly deform shapes to make any.
No, we'll rewind this if
it's a really common function that you use a lot in
if
Blender.
it's too
we'll
quiet.
spend a little while explaining this, and we'll use it to create the icing, which is going to rest on top of the donut.
Okay, maybe it's a bit too quiet. Let me just put it up to the yellow line here. Okay. So I just changed the volume.
In this video, you'll learn how to change the shape of any object by using something called edit mode. So we'll talk all about what that is, how to use it, and how you can very quickly deform shapes to make any range of different objects. It's a really common function that you use a lot in Blender. So we'll spend a little while explaining this, and we'll use it to create the ice.
Okay, I think that's good. That's good. All right. All right. So with that being said, let's just go jump into this. By the way, if you guys actually want to watch this video, which I would say, what the frick is wrong with you? But also, if you want to watch this video on your own, it turns out this is not actually a public video under Blender Guru's channel anymore. If you want to go watch it, I suggest you go down to his playlists and search for his what's it called? His playlist called Blender 2.5 Beginner Tutorial Series. It has like the thumbnail of this guy in a sort of backroom setting that says open movies in its thumbnail. So yeah, you can just go click that and you'll see that there's a list of tutorials you can go through to watch his old first ever donut tutorial series. So yeah, just go watch that if you want to. So with that being said, let's just rewind the clock here. Let's go back towards the beginning. And by the way, this is like part 3 of the series at this point. I already did like parts 1 and 2 in an earlier live stream. So if you want to go watch that, I suggest you go down to my channel. It's pretty much just the same thumbnail. The VOD pretty much contains the same thumbnail, but with a different number on its top left. that's basically how I format my live streams. By the way, guys, if you want to know what project I'm working on in a specific VOD, just look at the thumbnail and look at the number on the top left to see which part you're looking at right now. If it's a different thumbnail, that means that it is a different project that I'm working on. But yeah, my donut tutorial reaction play VODs are just me like eating a donut on its thumbnail with the Blender logo on its right saying, "Yo, what's up?" It's like some sort of water cooler break or something in an office. But yeah, let's go watch this tutorial, shall we?
In this video, you'll learn how to change the shape of any object by using something called edit.
Oh yeah, speaking of what I've been able to make last time, what we made last time is basically just this. I just want to show you guys this one. Look at that. We made a wiggling donut. Really nothing to it. It's it's really nothing. Well, but yeah, I made this wiggling donut using the wave modifier here. Really a modifier that we don't really use that often in Blender unless you really want to, you know, make waves like this. But yeah, we made this like freaking wave thing, I guess. I think I'll go ahead and delete it. I don't think we need that modifier here anymore.
Mode.
But
So
let's see
we'll talk
this.
all about what that is, how to use it, and how you can very quickly deform shapes to make any range of different objects.
Ah, the edit mode. Okay.
It's a really, really common function that you use a lot in Blender. So we'll spend a little while explaining this, and we'll use it to create the icing, which is going to rest on top of the donut. And also, just like before, to keep it interesting, if you make it right to the end of the video, I'll show you how to very quickly create an infinite tower of donuts.
I already know how to do that. Should I show you guys how I make that? How to make that freaking infinite tower of donuts? Well, all you have to do is just freaking go to search here, go to array. That's not what I want to do, but we're basically on the right track here. All we have to do is just set the offset of our array modifier here to 0, like that. And we can make a freaking array of donuts like that. Sheesh. And wait, is it just me or did the... Is this using like some kind of geometry node? Is it using a geometry node? What the crap? I didn't recognize. I don't know this. What's happening over here? Hello? Oh, what the frick? I freaking... Guys, I didn't make this. What is this? This isn't what I remember the array modifier to be. What the heck is this? Curve instances. What the heck? Damn, did they turn all of... Well, I guess not all, but did they turn most of the modifiers in Blender into straight up geometry nodes? That's that's really cool. What the heck? Because back then I think this is a very new feature, but I think back then when you have to add modifiers, you just kind of assume that it just kind of works under the hood and stuff. and you can't really change all of the properties inside of it. But let me see, wave. How does the wave modifier work? Okay, maybe not all modifiers have a stack to it. Let me see. How about the subdivision modifier? No. Okay, that's good to know. But okay, that's good. It's good. It's good that the Blender here is sort of experimenting with customizing your freaking modifiers here. Let me see. What are some other modifiers here that have like some kind of geometry nodes baked into it? Maybe the skin? No. Okay. Maybe not. Is it really just the array node that has the modifiers built into it? The geometry nodes built into it? Yeah, I think so. What about wireframe? Nope. Okay. Oh my god, is it really just the geometry nodes? Oh my, the array node. Oh, there are two versions of the array node here. So there is the legacy version and also the new version, which is all of this. What the what? This is so much work just to stack a bunch of donuts on top of each other. What the heck? Oh my god. This this has to be an April Fool's joke or something. This is oh my god. Okay. So I'm realizing now that I think all of this is based on okay. Well, I'll just get rid of this freaking array node for now, and let's go back to watching this video. I didn't know that they are now. Well, I guess for now they changed the array modifiers. I hope in the future they are able to turn all the other existing preset modifiers into geometry nodes that one can manipulate the effects of, because that would be very handy.
So, welcome. You've made it to part 3 of this beginner Blender series. So, congratulations, first of all. I know this stuff is pretty dense, pretty dry, and it's probably not what you want to do right now. You probably want to go and create some characters or a car or a spaceship. I totally get that. When I started,
I guess you should also get a subdivision modifier.
I just wanted to get to the fun stuff. But the trouble is that if you jump immediately to that, you won't really know what to do yet and what to click on and all that stuff. So, so if you can follow this stuff, if you can do this dry, the boring stuff, then you'll know exactly what to do, and you'll be able to apply all these principles, and you'll be able to make some really, really cool looking stuff.
Okay, before we continue, is there a way for me to make my 3D viewport look like Blender Grooves? Do they still have like that same old ass freaking? Oh, that looks almost how it looks like. Wait, no. I guess this works, but let's see, matcap. Almost there, but it's like, let me see. Let's get the custom. Maybe it's like a little bit bluish, I think, like something like that. Let's see. I'm just like testing things around here to see if I can turn it into this in a way. Okay. I kind of like this freaking matte crap preset. It makes your freaking 3D viewport look all 3D, all toon shady in the in solid mode. But let's see. This is not it either. But you see, turn down the saturation. We can. Let's get a little bit of some blue in it. Let's get the saturation down a little bit. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe it's just this one. I think. Yeah, it kind of looks like this one. With a hint of blue. The blue maybe, or I don't know if they're backface culling, or there's definitely a specular lighting to this. Okay, maybe I'll put it back to, there we go. And get like that, yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, if you can just stay with me right to the end, I'm sure you'll be way better off for it. So, yeah, this is where we ended at the end of the last video. So very quickly, I mentioned subsurf modifier, this thing over here in the last video, which is smoothing out.
Your donut's lacking some thickness though, Mr.
And I mentioned that this value here defines like how smooth that object becomes. But there's really two values here. There's view and there's render. So render is actually the one that counts, because view will only change what is visible to you right now as you're working with it in the viewport, which is this whole thing. So that's really all this is changing.
Yeah, I guess I sometimes forget that my viewport levels are different from the final render levels in when I finally render it out in freaking Blender. Because I always like render something that's like low poly, and then when I start to render it in Blender, I'm like, whoa, why is it so smooth? And I realize that, oh, it's because my levels viewport in the subdivision modifier is different from the render level number in the subdivision modifier. So yeah.
Render is what it will appear in the final render. So basically, generally speaking, most artists keep the view count very low so that Blender is smooth whilst they're working with it, because there's not so much geometry. And then they keep the render amount high so that the final render has a lot of like very smooth, polished sort of look. So, and also these two buttons up here, like if you turn off that one there, that will disable it for the render. So it like this, it's like.
Did it click? What is that?
That one there, that will disable it for the render. So it like this, it's like basically setting that value to 0. And if you disable that one, it'll disable it for the viewport. Which
it's these 4 buttons here. Yeah, these still exist. If I disable this render button here that looks like a camera, it would totally ignore the subdivision modifier when I render it out. And if I turn off this display button here, it will turn off the subdivision modifier in my viewport, but when I start rendering it, it would still render out the subdivision like this. And if I disable both, of course, it will look like this, no matter if it's in the viewport or in the final render of my donut. So yeah.
So basically, if you have both of those off, it's like having nothing, because it's going to do absolutely nothing. But anyway, I'm going to disable it for the viewport just for this next thing, because we're going to talk about it.
Oh, and I guess, do they have the, what's it called, the cage button back then? Oh, of course they do. Okay. So the cage button, guys, is I think just for if you were to go to edit mode here. And you will see that if you turn on the on cage button here, which looks like a inverted triangle, the wireframe or the vertices and the edges and the faces of your model now conforms more closely to your modified object than if you were to change it. If you were to turn off like this. So you can see in the, let me zoom in here. You can see if I turn off the on cage button here, the wireframe is kinda still conforming to if I were to just, you know, render my donut without the modifiers. But if I turn on the on cage, it now perfectly wraps around it and stuff. So I don't know, if you want freaking vertices that wrap much closer to your final render, this is how you do it, I guess. See, look at that. But I know I normally I just turn it off. There's really no point in just, you know, knowing on turning this on. Really, in my opinion, I don't see what use it has. It's just kind of there if you wanna, I don't know, you wanna make your wireframes cleaner. But either way, if you turn this on or off, either way, your renders will still look. We'll still have a cleaner wireframe when you start rendering it anyway. It's just here for the viewport, really, not for the render, for the final render
mode,
which is more important.
It just helps to, yeah, if we don't have that confusing stuff. Okay, so we've talked, everything that we've done so far up to this point has been done in what's called object mode, which allows you to, like, you could select individual objects, move them about. You can move an entire object. You can, you know,
just change the level
viewport
here for now.
But for the individual objects by themselves. But if you want to actually change the shape of an object, then you need to enter into what's called edit mode. So this is object mode, and the way we enter into edit mode is by pressing tab. Okay, and that puts us into edit mode. And if you enter out of that, then and by hitting tab again, that puts you back into object mode. And if, by the way, if you forget the keyboard shortcut, well, first of all, you could get my PDF, which will give you the printable shortcut you can put on your wall. But also down here in the bottom corner, you can change it to edit mode, just like that, and then switch it back to object mode as well. You've also got other modes here, which we might get to as well, but generally these two are very common. So it's very, you know, common thing in Blender, like, you know, you do some editing, you move it about, do some more editing or whatever, and you're just tapping that tab key to enter in and out of it.
Yeah, I guess so. By the way, something that kind of sometimes infuriate me is that I wish that the tab button would always lead you back to your last to the last mode that you were in, because aside from object mode and edit mode, there's also some other modes that you can go through in Blender, like sculpt mode, which turns Blender into like a sculpting program for your donut, like, you know, like this. Okay, let me just turn this into a, yeah. So it's basically just what sculpt mode does. It basically just turns Blender into like a sculpting program that you can just, you know, where you can just, you know, change the shape of your model just like that. And there's also texture paint, which you can use to add more color to your render, or more specifically, it's for painting your textures of your 3D object. But what I don't like about the tab feature, what I wish the tab button would do, is actually lead you back to the last mode that you were in. Because no matter whether you're in sculpt mode or in texture paint mode, or in any other modes on Blender right here, which I notice you guys can see what's happening on the top here, but no matter whether you're in sculpt mode, texture mode, object mode, or any other modes here that I don't usually use. Maybe weight paint mode I also use, but no matter what mode you're in, pressing tab just brings you back to edit mode, which I kinda hate. I wish that it would just bring me back to the last mode that I was in. Like, say for example, I was in sculpt mode, then I go to texture paint mode, then I say, oh, I want to go back to scope mode, I can just press tab and stuff, but that doesn't work. It always leads back to edit mode. And I know it's possible for them to kind of bring yourself back to a previous node that you're in, because if I press tab again when I'm in edit mode, it will bring me back to the last tab, to the last mode that I was in. So why not do it for all the other modes, I guess. But yeah, that's just something I kind of wish Blender has.
So in edit mode, you're only able to work on that specific object. So if I was in edit mode here with my donut and I wanted to select my plane, you can see that I can't do that. Like nothing is actually happening. I can't select it. I would have to exit edit mode, select another object, and then enter into edit mode again. So edit mode is like isolated mode. We're just looking specifically at this object. You can't do anything else with the rest of your scene. So most of the time, if you're working with an scene, you're working with object mode. But then when you want to change the shape of something, you're in edit mode. Okay? Okay, this is the default value. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I've actually recorded this tutorial like 4 times now. Every time I've done it, something's gone wrong. Like Skype ramped my microphone volume up, so it was like really distorted.
What do you mean Skype? Are you recording this in Skype? What the heck? What do you... Damn, I didn't know Blender Guru was that much of a boomer when it comes to technology. I mean, granted, this is like 9 years ago, but I'm pretty sure OBS was out during the peak during the making of this tutorial. So why not just, you know, record everything in OBS rather than Skype? What's wrong with you, Blender Guru?
Didn't even know it did that. Oh, so annoying. But anyways, yeah. So some of the values, they changed from the default. Anyways, you don't really care about that. Let's talk about edit mode. So what is it? Now, you look at this, it's sort of what looks like a cage that's appeared over the top of the donut here, right? And if you click on it, you'll see that you can actually, like, it's selecting these little dots. So these dots are what are called vertices. So vertices are the point where they're like tiny, invisible points that are used to make up the shape of the mesh. So if you have 2 vertices that are connected together, that gap in between it is what's called an edge. Okay, and if you have 4 of them that are connected, that makes up what is called a face. So it's sort of like this flat plane object. Okay, so this mode that we're in right now, we are selecting the vertices. Now if we hold down shift, we can select more than one. Or if we hold down Alt, I can select an entire row of edge of.
Okay, if you want to select an entire row or column of vertices, I think it's no longer like Alt. It's now just double click, I think. Which I guess is much more streamlined compared to Alt left clicking your vertices, I guess. But yeah, it works like that. Okay.
Yeah, of edges. So this is an edge loop. So I can select that edge loop, that edge loop, that edge loop. So I'm doing that by selecting in between these 2 vertices, which is now detecting I want to select the entire edge row. And if I select it in between here, you can see, oops, sorry. We'll get to that mode in a second as well. But you can see it's now creating a loop around the middle of the donut. So you can see you can select. There's different ways of selecting and working with it. So that's vertice mode. You can also, down here in the bottom panel, you've got edge select mode. Okay, so if you change it to that allows you to, you're no longer allowed to click that.
Okay, so if you guys want to just switch from vertice selection to edge selection to even face selection, there is a way to do that. You can just press like the keyboard 1 button to go to vertice selection. If you want to go to edge selection, you can press the number 2 button, and if you want to go for face selection, press the number 3 button on your keyboard. Not on the numpad, but in the keyboard. The ones that are like on a row, not on the numpad. That's how you freaking get that shit here. But yeah, it kind of works well like that.
That individual one there, those are hidden. You're now just working with the edges, okay? Now, if you don't know like why you would use one over the other yet, don't worry. It's really when you need it, you'll know to use it. It's like if you're working on a complex object and like, I can't do this thing, you probably switch to edge mode or something like that. Another really common one, I use this more than I use the edge one, is face select mode. And that allows you to select the plane, the face that makes up those things there. And again, holding down Alt.
No, I didn't know that in past Blender they show you the dots of the faces, I guess. Blender will only show you the dots of the faces if you were to go to X-ray mode, and voila, you see like all the dots that make up the center of each face here.
I can select a whole edge around it. Holding down Alt and Shift is what will allow me to do that, yeah. Like that. Okay, so you can see there's different ways of selecting. Now, when you've actually selected something, if you push G, it allows you to move it. Okay, and all of those keyboard shortcuts that we learned before, rotate, scale, all that stuff, that works in edit mode as well, which is the really cool thing. So I can rotate this. Okay, I can.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can. Oh, press the button. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. I accidentally pressed what's it called? F there. And pressing F on a selected face would actually create another face. It's kind of hard to explain because this freaking donut doesn't have any holes in its body. But yeah, don't press face because it will create overlapping faces onto your freaking model here. But yeah, you can freaking move your stuff like this. Even make it freaking bigger here. Let's see. Actually, that kind of looks more like a donut that I can find in a Randy's donut chain. You know, a little bit of a thick guy like this, and then a bit thicker like that. Yeah. Oh my God, this is like the perfect donut shape. Aside from the fact that it doesn't have like the icing and stuff, it's just the perfect donut look to it. Okay.
Scale it. I can move it. Okay? And it's really good because you don't have to think about what workspace you're in and like what, like, I have to enable this tool and then come over here and do this thing. Like, no, you can use the exact same shortcuts that you've learned and that you're using everywhere else. So it's a very nice way of working. Now, let's say you wanted to make like some little bumps across the donut. Like it's looking too smooth right now. I want to make some bumps. Well, if you were to, you know, you're in vertex select mode and you select this one, and then maybe this one, maybe this one, make some little bumps, right? Well, that looks awful, right? Because this
that looks
doesn't
awful.
have any relation to the information around it.
So
Like,
why you have
is
this
just, like,
freaking
bumps
smooth
sticking out? It just
tooling
looks awful.
here.
It looks very, very handmade. So what you could do is if you push the O key on your keyboard, that will enter you into proportional editing mode. Now, if you move,
Yeah, I forgot that was that's how they call it, the proportional editing mode. But yeah, you can just, I don't know what to add here. I already am a bad commentator when it comes to these kind of reaction videos. Let's see. So far, Blender Guru isn't really giving me anything that I can't do in the new version of Blender. You can still do, you know, proportional editing and stuff. And I don't know if the proportional editing has like all these other options here in the old version, but for the new version here, we can also try to. There's also many ways you can try to proportionally move your objects based on its distance. So under smooth, you can create like a perfect hill shape when you move your faces like this, but then you can also like make it perfectly spherical if you do it this way. I know there's like no changes to this, but if I were to go to, say, random, and I change the effect, the radius in which all this gets affected, you can see that the faces and vertices that are reacting to my movement are now a little bit randomized now. You can see that unlike with smooth proportional editing, it gives you like a perfectly round hump, whereas if you go for random here, it gives you a very bumpy surface when you move it around. Oh, and I guess in constant, I think that's yeah, it's instead of like giving you a perfect spherical bump, Blender is thinking, oh, just lift everything up abruptly like that. Anyway, that's cool.
This, you could see that you've got this circle that appears around your selection. And if I use the scroll wheel on my mouse, I am now affecting a larger or smaller area of influence as I do that. And this works across, again, all of that stuff. So rotating, I can make some really cool looking shapes like that, you know. Okay, then I can scale. Scaling does the same thing. You know, you can very quickly, just with these tools, you can make some weird, I don't know, this is like an abstract building. It's probably a museum. They always have the weirdest looking buildings. Okay, let's pull that back. You know.
Alright, let me just experiment around with my donut here for a little bit. Dang, this already looks like some kind of artwork that some modernist painter would, or sculptor would put in an exhibit. Actually, it kind of looks like some kind of couch that I would have sit on, now that I'm looking at it from this perspective. Have you guys been on one of those malls wherein it has all of these like fancy elaborate benches for, you know, for visitors to sit on? These kind of reminds me, this sort of shape kind of reminds me of like one of them in a way. And if you guys are saying, oh, what's a mall, Morgan? Shut up. I'm definitely not old. Or maybe, or I don't know, maybe you're just from the West or something, where malls are dying. we still have like a lot of malls in my country. So if you guys wanna experience a really good mall culture, just go down to the Philippines.
Blender didn't used to have an undo function. Like when I started Blender, like I re-downloaded Blender 2.3 or something the other day just to get some screenshots or whatever. And I was trying to use it. There's no undo function. So it's like if you made a mistake, it was like, that's your fault, man.
What? Blender 2.3 doesn't have an undo function? That is very inefficient for a program to not have. Especially, I'm pretty sure Blender was, of course, well, I'm pretty sure Blender doesn't have a non-destructive workflow, unlike today when we have geometry nodes and, you know, materials that we can use to sort of make modeling and texturing and shading more efficient.
You deal with it. And like, Blender users at the time were actually against it. That's the craziest thing. People were like, we want an undo function. And they're like,
damn, this is a lot of lore. What the frick? I didn't know. Not only was Blender against it, but the Blender community back then was also against it. What the heck? This is like Vim levels of, or Neo Vim levels of crazy. What? It's like saying, yo guys, I for my code editor, I don't want any mouse input from my code editor. I want everything to be made using a keyboard and shit. And now the freaking Blender, the past Blender community is like, oh guys, freaking, you want the undo button? That's for noobs. Are you a freaking beta cuck? Freaking get a life, guys. Go be more perfect. You just need to be more perfect when it comes to modeling stuff in Blender. Oh my god.
You shouldn't need an undo function. Real artists don't need undo functions. It's the craziest thing. It's like a punishing workflow. Like,
okay, hot take: if you don't like the undo button in Blender or in any other freaking open source program for creativity or something, why are you even here? Why do you have a computer? I'm pretty sure the point of having to do all of your work digitally is to just, you know, make making art much easier for most people. And the undo button is just a great example of the many benefits you can have from digital art compared to, you know, real life art, I guess. What's the what's the term for that? Freaking handmade art, I guess. That's the benefit between those two. Not saying that any of the two forms are better than the other. It's just that that's just one improvement that that digital art has compared to handcrafted art in a way.
yeah, just removes all trust of the program, you know. Anyways, that's another story. So anyway, so if you wanted to make like bumps along your donut, you could just use this proportional fall off, just make some little bumps. Isn't that cool? And there's also different modes of proportional fall off as well. Like by default, it's set to smooth down here, but you could change it to sharp, which will create like peaks, like that. Or you could change the like to sphere. Now it creates like these sort of like bubbles.
Oh, I kind of like that effect on a donut actually. I don't have a perfect shape here now, but let me go and select a random bunch of vertices here and put it to spherical. Maybe a few more bumps would do. Let me shade smooth that. And then maybe a few more right on the side over here. Yeah, there we go. But normally I don't usually, how to say this? I don't usually manually put roughness onto my donut, especially if I want something that's like evenly roughed. I could just go ahead and what's it called? Go down to the displacement modifier here, like so. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see, this. Okay, it brings it back to the normal donut here. But if I want to like evenly rough out a donut, well, first off, let me actually get rid of my bumps here first. There we go. First shades move this. Let's go add a displacement modifier like this. I guess they call it now displace in Blender. We will shrink this down to 0. And we'll make a new texture here. Okay, so what can this texture be? It could be a new... No. Wait. Let's make this a noise. Is there noise? Musgrave? Noise. There it is. Alright. Nice. Okay. So, if I want to add some roughness, I can just add this noise here. Or maybe, I think clouds would do much better. Yeah, there we go. And the depth, we can... maybe like this. So how this displacement modifier is modifying by a donut is that it's taking a texture like this one. It is wrapping it around my donut like a Christmas gift, you know. And how it wraps around my donut is based upon a UV map, which it's a bit more of a complicated thing to think about for now. But essentially, we have this texture. It wraps around my donut, and depending on the values of my cloud texture here, it will either raise up or bring down a part of my model based upon its based upon the values of the cloud. So areas with a... Actually, I think it's much better if I were to plug in a shader here. So let's plug in the shader. Let's go for just a basic one. And let's see. Plug in a shader like this one. Okay, I know I'm showing you guys now more complicated shit, but let me go to my shader editor. Let me plug in a image texture, and let's open up wait, hold on. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and just make a noise texture. There we go. Alright, so this isn't technically the same texture, but what's essentially happening when it comes to a... Just imagine this to be like, I don't know, the same cloud texture. So let me actually shrink this down to like, I don't know, this one maybe. So you can see this is like this is pretty much just how my cloud texture was laid out in freaking Blender. We take a texture, we wrap it around like this, and actually the cloud texture will more so look like this, I guess. I know you guys can't see it, but there are some white and black spots here, and how it deforms the texture here is that actually let me pull up add input. Actually, I think I can also displace it here. So let me displacement. There we go. And then I think I plug this here. Nope. Oh wait, maybe here. I think it's displacing it, right? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, so this is basically just how it displaces stuff in your model. It takes up let me actually shrink this down a little bit. You can see if I were to like shrink it down like this, not a lot of displacement is happening. Actually, I think I'm using the wrong renderer here. I think Eevee has support for displacement. But yeah, what essentially freaking the cloud texture does is it takes the black parts of the cloud texture, it puts it down even more, while the white parts like extrude outwards from the donut. And as a result, what we get is not this actually, but did I make my donut look much more detailed? Is it this one? Yeah, this way. Okay. Then you can actually make it much thicker here. And yeah, that's basically just how it plots, how it makes things rougher and stuff. Now I don't usually try to add roughness via my materials and stuff because that's, I feel like the details when it comes to adding roughness in under my materials here doesn't look too detailed compared to just actually just morphing the object's shape via sculpting and stuff. But if I want to add like a quick displacement or roughness into my freaking donut, I just do this, you know. Let me go ahead and let's see. Okay, now that looks more like a honey glazed donut. Have you guys ever like got like a honey glazed donut? It kind of looks like this in a way, right? Let me see. It's too out there. So let me decrease the strength even more by, I don't know, 0.01 maybe. Let me see, does it work? Does it slowly change my strength if I were to hold shift? Yeah, I think that, oh, actually that kind of works. Too bad I can't, there's no like way to change the... Okay, that also works as well. You know what? I like the shape of this. I'm gonna actually duplicate a part of this. And let's see if we can just make, I don't know, like a simple honey glazed donut with this one. Oh, there are a lot of like different clouds here. Oh, okay. But you can't change the seed value, can't you? Cell noise? Why does it look like a freaking hentai sensor or something? Let's see. Let's go back to soft. I like soft. Let's see. Make it hard. The original, and yeah, we'll make it a bit crisp. Something like this. Yeah. Oh, that's actually a perfect shape. Oh my god. I mean, I guess maybe some of the see, I'm gonna actually hide this part here. I guess the bottom part could use some work, but overall this is a good shape for a honey glazed donut. And then if you want to add some more glaze to this, I'm gonna go ahead and make this material a unique one. And let's go ahead and let's see. Honey glazed donut consists of like something like this, yeah. And then the roughness is like, well, not that rough, but yeah, it is kind of like that. But maybe like this. Oh, now it looks like caramel. Oh my god, I freaking love caramel, guys. have you guys ever had caramel? Like just straight up caramel fudge. It's basically just how it looks, really. And then there are some parts of it that are like, let me add actually some textures. Let me add a noise texture. And let's also add a. Okay, I know I am like. I am losing the plot here when it comes to reacting to Mr. Guru's donut tutorial here, but let me just go ahead and because I haven't touched the program in quite a while, guys. So let me have some fun. Let me have some fun with my donut. Okay, let me like something like this, right? Okay. Oh my god. I have been so busy with coding my game that I forgot how fun it is to like just, you know, make some random shit in Blender. Anyway, color ramp. Let's get a color ramp here. Let's decrease the maybe something like this, I guess. That looks poopy brown, so we need to like raise up the yeah, there we go. Oh, that's delicious. A freaking that's a perfect honey glaze donut. Now, some of the honey glaze, the glaze here looks kinda, I'll say this, like, so let me shift D this, put this here, and we will also add some of the roughness to here, and I'm pretty sure, what are the colors of this one, by the way? Okay, so the black parts are supposed to be the ones that are like less rough or more shiny in this case. Let me see. Oh my god. Let's put this over to here. Yeah, that. Can we take a good look at this one more time? No. Let's see. Subsurface. I don't want any subsurface. Well, maybe a little bit of subsurface. Let's get a bit of subsurface up in here. It looks weird. Maybe a little bit of subsurface, like maybe 0.2. And then what else can I change here? Specular. Nope. Transmission. Transmission is for making glass, I think, so I don't need that either. Maybe sheen. Let me just go for sheen or roughness. Okay. Then I also want a little bit of more white, I guess. Oh, that looks like a good honey glazed donut right there. You know what? I'm gonna be making the coffee mug as well, or maybe let me also make a plate. I'm gonna make a little bit of a plate here as well. Oh my god. Let's get a circle. Where's my circle? I guess an end gone. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's put my donut down like this. Okay. Let's put it down like this. Oh my god. Alright guys, you'll see in a little bit the donut that we are making here. Let's go for, I don't know, a solidify. Oh my god. I feel like a little kid again, just going back to this donut tutorial. I just it's like what's that one scene in Ratatouille wherein the critic tasted the ratatouille recipe for the first time, and he's brought back to that time in his life when he's like a kid again, having to like eat his like mother's own homemade recipe and stuff. This is just me right now. Oh my god. Okay, let me say smooth this. Oh my god. There we go. Now it looks like a paper plate. But let's go ahead and turn this into a subdivision surface like this. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. Okay, maybe put it like a little bit like this, yeah. Okay, there we go. That looks like a plate. Good old plate. And I know they have like a sheen to it in a way. So I'm gonna go and add like a loop cut over here. Then Control B it like that. And I don't think Blender Guru ever talks about this, but you can actually add two different materials in your scene. So let's first make a porcelain for our material here. By the way, I have this add-on here that would, help me, make put a bunch of like realistic materials for my scene here. But I'm not gonna use that for now. I'm gonna make my own materials here. Let's make a new material like over here, and let's make a. I don't know, maybe this to be less rough. Yeah, maybe less rough. Something like this. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. And I didn't know that I was in perspective mode here. That I'm in orthographic mode here. Okay, there we go. All right, that's a donut, a perfectly fine honey glazed donut right there. Let's change maybe the roughness to maybe around this. Yeah. And let's go and make a new material over here. This will be painted gold. And like this, and I guess it's too thick. Yeah, so that will work better. And then I want some like glitter to it, so what I'll do is add a noise texture like this. I guess this should go under specular, I think. Let me see. And maybe let's get a constant color ramp here. And for the lighting, how do I add glitter? Let's see, what does sheen do? Okay, it doesn't do anything. I'm gonna bring it back to 0.5. Tint. Film? What does that mean? Yeah, I'll bring this back to 0. I forgot how to make a... Or is it normal? Let me try to put it under normal. Oh, there we go. Wait. Let me... Oh, it's not giving me like the right lighting that I wanted. Maybe this can also be part of the... Wait, it's got a mixed color here. Mix color. Factor. Alright, I'm bringing it back to Eevee just to see what I can play around here. Now it looks awful. Cycles all the way if we want to do some high res renders like this one. And let's maybe make this. I don't want the rectangular setting. It really makes my donut look, or the view of my render look really ass here. So I'm gonna make it a bit bigger, like this. Yeah, like maybe like this, and then let's add a. Okay, we are really going away from the intended purpose of my session here, which is to react to Blender Guru's donut tutorial. Let me see. I freaking love sculpting, guys. I don't know if you guys know it from my YouTube channel, but I really love 3D modeling, whether it be toon shading or doing something like this. But yeah, let me try to make like a juice, orange juice over here. What the frick is blocking me? What the heck? 1,000. Oh, my end is like on 100. Okay. Okay, that's bugging me. What the frick is? Oh, my freaking camera is like. Wait. I need to. There we go. Alright, I think that fixed. I guess not, wait. Alright, there we go. So we have this donut. Let's add some, I don't know, some juice next to it. And I guess while we're at it, let me see if I can get like the... Don't worry guys, I know a lot about Blender here, and there's some composition stuff that I kind of want to use here. Okay, that works well. And then for here, I'll make, I don't know, like a juice box or something. Or a glass of orange juice. Alright, so we have this. Let me go ahead and turn this into a glass material. Actually, I think Blender has a glass material here. Yeah, there we go. Then as for the roughness, could be, I don't know, something like this. And then now we need to add some liquid to this, so we're gonna go ahead. And we're gonna duplicate this like that. Like so. And we're gonna apply this modifier here, because what we want to do now is we're gonna isolate the inner part of this glass. Something like this, and then maybe up to like here is where the juice would sit. Okay. Now I want this to be like, oh, not that. Duplicate this. Make this kind of like that. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, I think that's it. That's how to like make this orange juice, I guess. Let me try to render this actually. Wait. Let's see how this would look. And I also want to test out some render settings that I've been hearing about in Blender here. So, let me make this a bit, maybe make it like something like this. That looks nice. Let me make this smaller maybe, or yeah, like small. Oh, that looks scary. Let's get a principal BSDF. Put it over here. I don't know what else to like. Okay, maybe we just add a basic metallic shader with some roughness to it, maybe. Yeah, that could work. Alright, now, let me see. Max bounces, maybe 2 would work. Yeah, 6 would do much better. Alright, Dex, the performance, persistent data, and for the noise threshold, I think. I mean, this could work, but let me go for like 0.05 maybe, like that. I don't know, guys. Is this just me, or does it look like it's AI rendered if I turn on the denoise here? Okay, I guess that's much better. I don't like the denoise. It looks AI generated now for some reason. Okay, I like the noise. I love my noise here. Let me see. Let me see what happens if I do this one here. Then let's try to. Okay. So I did a little bit of some optimization with the render output here. So this should render pretty fast now, I think. Okay, let me see. This on GPU. OS open shading language. Anything else need to change here? Don't think so. Film. Okay. Let me see how long this renders. It's just 1 frame, so this should not take that long, I think. Oh. And I forgot to render my freaking, what's it called? My donut. Wait. It does look nice though. So let me just go ahead and get rid of all of these like little quirks in my design. So we bring this, okay, it's here. Why is it not rendering though? Oh, the geometry node is here. Okay. Okay, let's render our image. Let's see how this looks. Oh my god. Holy crap. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys the... Oh! 14 seconds for this one. That doesn't look right. Anyway, guys, here's how the final render looks like. I'm gonna show you guys the final output here. Let's see. Let me switch my picture to picture here to here. There we go. Yeah, okay. That glass though doesn't look right. Is it me or does the glass doesn't look like? It doesn't look right. If you remember, if you guys watch my video on why I don't do realistic rendering, it's basically just because of this. It doesn't always look like a real glass thing that I can get with my hand. In fact, it looks AI generated in a way. Not that Blender uses AI on its workflow, I think, but it's like, yeah, it just doesn't look right for me for some reason. Whenever I try to use like just a raw principled BSDF and try to work out a way to make realistic renders through my shaders, it just doesn't look right to me. And the donut looks kind of weird as well. So yeah, that's why I don't do this shit most of the time. I stick to toon shaders because toon shaders look much better to me, in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, this is how it looks. Let me go ahead and put this back over here. The picture in picture. There we go. Okay, so also notice up with the glass here, it doesn't look like it's like has any shine to it. Where are my shiny glass? I need this glass to shine a bit more. No, let me just play around with the light bounces, I guess. Hmm. Alright, let me show you guys the render here this time. Let's see, Blender render. There we go. I mean, now this one looks much better. Albeit the glass still looks really fake. I don't know how to get like realistic glass working in Blender here. But yeah, this is how it looks. Move this back. Move this back to the corner here. Hmm. Oh no, this is thing called film. I guess it looks weird. It looks... I don't know how to feel about this film though. Yeah, I think that's like the best I can make when it comes to this donut. Uh, but yeah, let's continue back to reacting to Blender Guru's donut tutorial like we were initially supposed to do here. Okay. Anyway, that's just my first my take on a modern donut here in Blender. Albeit it doesn't have any glaze. This is a honey glazed donut. In to be frank with you guys, but hey, we made this. All right. Back to our initially scheduled schedule here, just to make a donut out of this. Out of the reactions of Blender Guru's first ever donut tutorial.
There's even like constant, so it's like very weird. You can do some fun stuff, and then random, which although it seems like that would be a really bad one, it's actually a good one, and we're actually going to use it on the icing in the next part, I think. But anyways, so yeah, so that's that. Now so I've spoken about how you can select by holding down Alt and clicking. But there's other ways to select as well. So if you want to select, like, let's say I want to select half of this mesh right now. Well, that would be really annoying to go like, well, thankfully, if you push B on your keyboard and then left click drag, that's called box select. Okay. And if you,
I actually didn't know that. I mean, you could just do it this way, I guess, just without clicking anything. Just left click and drag something. B. Huh. Okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, this way, Alt B still works, right? Yeah. Okay. So for this one, I do Alt B. And what that basically does is just isolate your objects based on a box that you just drew, like this, so that you can just focus on like an object within this box instead of like rendering and everything around it and stuff. Yeah, really useful stuff there.
With the same tool, if you push B, but instead of left click select, you middle mouse, scroll wheel, middle mouse, it now deselects that. Okay, so again, left click allows you to select different parts of it, and then middle mouse deselects it. Okay, so that's a really fast way of working. And as well as that, did I mention, I probably didn't even mention deselect. Hopefully you've been able to read that I'm pushing A. Sorry, I did not mention that. It's a lot to remember for this tutorial. But A selects all, and then pushing it again deselects everything. Very sorry I didn't mention that, but I'm hoping that you're able to read it there at least. So yeah, so you make a whole mess of everything, and then you just push A.
I mean, if you want to deselect everything, just click away from it, right? Yeah, that still works. Alright. But then, let me see, vertice mode. Yeah, just click away from selected all object just to deselect everything.
Yeah, so you just tap that a lot whilst you're working, you do some stuff, and then get out of it, And that by the way, that works in every mode, just like that. Anyways, so okay, so that's box select. Sorry, I entered that that mode again. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. We'll get to that in a second. But as well as that, there is C, and C is circle select, and that allows you to like paint over the mesh like this.
Oh yeah, I think I have a lot of uses for what's it, the circle selection mode of Blender, like this. It just makes selecting your objects much easier, especially for me wherein I don't really care about the specific nodes that I wanna select in my model. For toon shaded stuff, I can just like paint stuff around with the C selection mode.
And if you push middle mouse button again, just like before, you're now deselecting parts of it. So it's like painting, deselect. So it's actually a really, like, it sounds extraneous at first, like, oh my gosh, I have to remember left click, middle mouse. But once you get used to it, it's a really fast way of working, because like other software, there's a tool for selecting, and there's maybe a tool for deselecting. You got to hold down shift and click each one, or but Blender's it's like, yeah, it feels a little weird at first, like got to remember everything, but once you've done it, you can work really, really fast. Like you can, select that area, deselect that, it's a fun way of working. Fun, fast, whatever. Okay, now the other thing you might have noticed, like if I'm in this view and I paint this, you can see that if I rotate around, there's parts of this mesh that it hasn't selected. Okay, so you've got this
that's
ring
where it
here
used the
and this
X-ray
part over
mode.
here. And the reason for that is that from this view, it can't see those vertices over there. So these are solid faces, and you can't actually select them. So there are two ways of getting to that. One, actually, let's just turn this off, just so we're not in proportional fall off. If you click down here to change it from limit selection to visible, if you click that, it's kind of like an X-ray, like you're able to see through the mesh. And now when I paint, I'm selecting everything on both sides of the mesh there. Okay, so you can see it doesn't matter about where the faces are or if you're looking through it or whatever. So that little box there allows you to select through it. But as
Okay, that's good to know.
well as that, there is what I've been pushing accidentally without telling you. This mode that we're in right now is called solid view mode. But if you change it from solid view mode to wireframe mode, it removes all the faces, and it's like you're just seeing the
Wireframe mode. Huh. I've never I never touched this this mode really, because I mean the X-ray mode and solid mode pretty much just gives me all the control I need to select all the vertices behind my view. I actually don't know what's the use of wireframe mode now that now that the solid mode can just show me what's behind my model by just toggle X-ray like this. So yeah, this is like a very useless mode to be in. Wireframe mode. Because it's just solid mode without all of the matte cap materials that you apply to it. That makes your base model in Blender look much nicer. Compared to this one, it just looks weird and stuff. Especially if you're like in wireframe mode without in object mode, it just looks like there's nothing in your scene in a way. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
skeleton of the original mesh. So so from this view, like I could very quickly like make my selections of what I want to do. So it's very common to enter into this this wireframe mode. So there's a shortcut which is Z, and that enables you to very quickly see through the mesh and see the data without any of the face information in between it. So that's it.
It's Alt Z now. I think pressing Z would just bring you to what's it called? Yeah, it will bring you to this like freaking wheel of options here, and it will just switch you to the multiple modes of Blender, from solid mode to rendered mode to wireframe mode to material preview mode. But for toggling X-ray, just press Alt Z.
So it's tab to enter in and out of object mode. Okay, there's no, by the way, there's no edit mode for cameras or lights. It's just the actual meshes or a few other objects as well. And then when you're in edit mode, or also, by the way, if you're in object mode, you can push Z, and that removes the faces as well. But then, yeah, when you're in here, you can see through it by pushing Z, or Z if you're American. Let me get another drink here.
I think that's a very asshole way of saying what's the difference between Z and Z.
Oh, that is bitter. Ooh, Assam bold, I guess.
So what?
It's not false advertising.
Oh my god!
Golly. I think I left a tea bag in there for like 10 minutes. It's probably why. Holy moly! Oh, that is astringent. Anyways, so this is how you work in edit mode. I hope I'm not dwelling on this too long. Let's talk about what we came here to do, which was to make some icing for the top of our donut. Okay.
Oh, let's get some
now,
icing.
There's a number of ways that you could do this. You could make it, you could start with a completely separate object. Don't follow this. I'm just going to show you as an example. Like you could start with a cube, which is crazy. Go into edit mode, and then, I haven't showed you this yet, but this is called extruding, which is like you extrude part of the mesh. Like you could do this, and then add a subsurf and like it looks kind of like
I don't like that.
icing, but that would be a really bad way of working because you can see it doesn't match the donut very well.
That's not a donut.
And so really
it's not donut icing. That's like you just put a freaking worm or Harvey Wine. What's it? Harvey. Who's the Steve Harvey? Steve Harvey's mustache on the donut there. So I was about to say Harvey Weinstein, but isn't that the guy that kind of committed a bunch of crimes or something?
It's a way that you'll start to think, like when you're making stuff. Like if you've got two objects that are going to be interacting together, which in the case of you've got a donut, right? Like that. And then you've got icing. Well, the icing is going to be matching the exact shape of the donut, almost exactly, right? So you should be able to
I think I know what he's going to talk about here.
Data, take some data from the object that you want to match.
He's trying to predict what he's going to do here.
Object. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the top half of this donut here. We're going to duplicate it, make it its own separate object, and then we're going to make it look like icing. Hopefully within the next 5 minutes. Let's do everything at the last minute. So there's a number of ways you could do it. Like for one, you could hold down Alt-Shift and then just select these edges like this. Okay, but that involves a lot of clicking, okay? What I would suggest, which is a quicker way of working, is if you're just in front view mode like this, if you go and enter into wireframe mode by hitting Z, then if you push B, drag the box tool over the top, and you've now selected the top half of that mesh there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate it. And the way you do that in Blender, this works for duplicating objects.
Okay, there we go.
As in edit mode, Shift D.
All right, so we made the icing. We made the icing here, like that. That's a pretty easy way to. Okay, I'm pretty sure the Blender Guru hasn't really explained it yet, but I still kind of use this method of selecting already existing faces in your mesh to create a new mesh for things like clothes or I don't know, like perfectly wrapped stuff within my mesh for for characters and stuff. This is still a very useful method of trying to make objects that perfectly wrap around your mesh in a way. Of course, there are other methods of trying to perfectly wrap meshes on top of other meshes, which is through this modifier called the shrink wrap modifier. You guys I think don't need to worry about that modifier for now, but if you are gonna be doing some animations and stuff and you hit onto the subject called retopology, you will need to learn about the shrink wrap modifier in a way to make less dense models for moving and rigging your character for animation. So yeah, but that'll be another subject which is called retopology.
Shift D. Now when we drag it out, you can see we have got the original object there. And if you want to keep it in its original place, if you hit escape, now it's it snapped it to that donut there, back to its original position. Now, if you were to leave this here, this would actually be one of the worst things you could do, because what you've got, if I exit out of this, don't do this by the way, but if I did this, what you've actually got is you've got vertices on top of vertices. You've actually got duplicates. And this is really bad because you've got a face now on top of another face. When it comes to rendering, it doesn't know which face to render. So you'll get this flickering thing that happens in the render. And that's the absolute worst thing that can happen. You never want that to happen, okay? Now, if you were in this, like say you hit escape and now you've lost it. Okay, now when you click here, like, which one are you selecting? Which part of the mesh are you actually selecting here? It's very hard to tell. So there's two things you could do. One, you could, try and undo it, go back to where you were and get the original thing. Or you could, if you push L, what that'll do is it'll select any mesh which is linked to it. So in this case, we've...
Wait, explain something different here.
We've selected the donut. So now we're able to extract the other one on top of it. But what I'm hoping to do instead though, let's see, if I select that one, Control L, there we go. Now I've selected just that one now. Okay, so this is kind of advanced stuff really. I didn't really expect to get to this, but I know that, if we repeated that again, like if we hit like this, then we hit escape, some people might accidentally click something else and then they're stuck. It's like, what am I supposed to do now? How do I get...
Oh yeah, that happens a lot. For beginners especially, if you click away from an object. I think this also applies for when you're adding a primitive in your mesh for the first time, is that when you click away from a set of vertices, it's kind of hard to select the vertices that you just newly created onto your scene. And as Blender Guru says here, you just press Control L to get everything linked and stuff. Although I gotta say though, I think pressing Control L, well yeah, aside from like from selecting all connected vertices, there is a way to like just select the stuff that are... There are also other ways to selectly link your vertices. So like for example, if you have like a bunch of like UVs over here, let me mark a seam like this, and I press Control L or L, and I go UVs. That is not doing anything, but let me see. Let me put this back to here, yes, and let's... Okay, there we go. You mark seam. You mark seam. See, then L. Okay, there we go. So if I were just to press Control L or L here, there are many ways you can link. You can select all link objects. It can be either based on whether they share the same normal, like this, aka if they're just connected normally through edges and faces, kind of like this, or you can select through seams, wherein it will only select all link objects within a certain UV seam boundary, like this one. Because I made this like red line like this. This red line, by the way, is for UV unwrapping, which is for texturing, which is another advanced lesson that you beginners may not know about. But freaking, if you have like a seam and you only want to select like an area of your model based on the boundaries of your seams, you could just go to seams like this one. And yeah, that's just how you do. This is one of the many ways you can use the select linked tool in Blender.
Back again, because you don't know now what you're actually selecting. So you could select, one thing here, hit Control L. You've now got that one there, which in this case you could maybe click that. Actually, I wouldn't know. Hang on. Or you could select like one of those, then hit Control L, and now I've got that one there again. Okay, so that's what you would do. All right. By the way, if you ever found in your final render, just as another side note, just to take up even more of your time, if it was flickering in your render, and for whatever reason you don't know why that is, if you hit Remove Doubles, Blender will actually perform an action where it analyzes the mesh. Like, I'll just do it now. And it removes duplicates. So if you've got vertices on top of vertices, it'll remove it for you. It analyzes the mesh, move doubles. Blender will actually render, and for whatever reason you don't know why, I know, just to take up even more of your time. If it was flickering in your render, and for whatever reason you don't know why that is, if you hit remove doubles, if it was, by the way, if you ever found in your final render, just as another side note, just to take up even more of your time, if it was flickering in your render, and for whatever reason you don't know why that is, if you hit remove doubles, Blender will actually...
Tools, tool, options, workspace. Is it on the workspace? No. What is that? Huh? You can remove doubles. Okay, wait. Is it something that I can still do here? I mean, F3, remove... let me see. Move...
perform an action where it...
Okay, maybe it's not here. We need to select all of the vertices here. F3, remove doubles. Oh! Merge by... Oh! Okay, merge by distance. I see. Okay, so... remove doubles, I think it's no longer a thing in Blender, but... we do have a, what's it called? A auto merge vertice tool here, which will merge vertices once moved based upon its distance from their selection, I guess. Let me actually test this out. So let me see, F3, merge, let's see, remove doubles, merge by distance. Remove 14 vertices, what the heck? Oh yeah, it is like, okay. And let's see, 0.1. Okay, now it looks crumpled. Okay, so remove doubles is no longer a thing in Blender. But we do have a merge UVs by distance, which merges the UVs based on how near they are to each other. So let me move this to like 0.001 like this. Okay, so as you can see here, all of the vertices are pretty much the same here, but if I were to increase this number by, I don't know, by 0.1, it now becomes that we have a merging of some vertices because we're now telling Blender that, hey, for each amount of distance, which is 0.01, if there are more than one vertice inside of it, merge it together via their averages here. So as you can see here, there used to be like a vertice here and a vertice here, but now that we've created this merge distance, it merges those two vertices onto this vertice to create one vertice. So yeah, that's just how the merge by distance tool works. I'm actually gonna put this back to 0.001 like this. Okay. There we go.
Analyzes the mesh, like I'll just do it now, and it removes duplicates. So if you've got vertices on top of vertices, it'll remove it for you. But yeah, that's like as a last resort, I guess. Okay, anyway, Sorry, let's get on with it. So we've got the top of our little donut here. Okay, so we've got the top of this donut. Now I want to make this its own separate object. We could keep it as its own object here, but it's very hard, and as I mentioned, it's very hard to select one or the other. So I want to make it its own object. The way you do that in Blender is by pushing P. And this will bring up separate by what? And the most common one you always use is by selection.
Damn, freaking Blender Guru is taking a long time to explain, you know, all these key concepts. I already freaking made an icing here, bro.
So it's taken that selection, and if I exit out of object mode, now if I click here, you can see that it's now its own separate object. So we now no longer have that problem of like, which half of the donut am I selecting? Because now they're their own separate object. Okay, now we've made them their own separate objects, but there is still a conflict. And if we were to render this right now, we would have that problem I mentioned where faces are hitting on other faces. So you never want to have the exact same mesh or the same vertices, or it's mostly just the same face in the exact same position like what we've got right now. Because it's a physical impossibility in the real world. Two things can't exist in the same space. So the digital program doesn't know how to deal with this. So you want to fix this. So in our case, we want to take this from being, if we look at it from this side, like you can see it's hollow underneath there, right? So you want to take it from that space, and you want to make it an actual thick object. So we want to give this some thickness. A couple of ways you could do that still. One is if you went into edit mode, you could extrude. Now, don't worry about this. We're going to get to this later on, and this isn't the method we're going to use for this. But if I hit E, I can extrude this, and then I would maybe hit S, scale it out a little bit or something. Okay. Like that.
That's an ugly looking.
It's giving it some thickness, got some weirdness going on in there.
That's an ugly looking icing. I mean, I know Blender Guru is just testing around, just giving you guys some options here, but that's an ugly looking way to extrude an icing. If you guys actually want to know a better way to do this method, aside from me just making a solidify modifying here right away, what I do here is actually, let me go and duplicate this, and I'm gonna delete the subdivision modifier so we can start from scratch. But anyway, if you want to extrude much better here compared to Blender Guru here, we have this option here. If you go down to edit mode and you select everything here, you have an option under faces here. Or actually, you can even go down to the F3 here and search up extrude faces along normals. So normally, if you were to extrude a face, which is through pressing E, it would only extrude it based on the normals of each face or vertice over here. But you don't want that. You want your icing to extrude based on where the faces are looking at. Where each individual face is looking at. So to do that, you have to go down to face here and extrude faces along normals like this. So now instead of extruding based on the average of the normals of each individual face, it will now extrude each face individually based on where it is facing at, like so. So here's how the old method of extruding was like, which is just, very ugly like this. And here is the much better way of extruding things, which is through this way. Which is by either going down to faces, extrude faces along normals, or you can just press F3 and just type in extrude faces along normals like that. Yeah, so yeah, this is a better way to extrude faces if you want to add thickness to things like icing or even clothes. Could be useful for this for that way. Of course, the much better way is to use the solidify modifier, just so you can experience a less destructive way of solidifying things. But still, like, I'm just giving you guys some options. So let me just delete this new icing and bring us back here.
But it's done the desired effect. But you can see if I go into edit mode now, I've now got a duplicate. I've got vertices underneath it, and I got vertices over here. And if I later on realize like, oh, that thickness is too much on this donut here, that thickness is too much, I would have to individually go here and like select just this part, not the rest of the mesh, and it will be very, very annoying. So as I mentioned before about keeping a destructive or non-destructive workflow, like when you do stuff in editing, stuff like that, you don't have a lot of control over it later on. So whenever possible, you want to try and use a modifier. And it just so happens that we have one in the modifier.
Alright, let me just add some drip to my guy here.
The solidify modifier down here. So if you click that, you won't have noticed much has changed because it has probably, yep. So if you go in wireframe mode, you'll see that there's actually like, this is before and then this is after. So it's created a thickness to it. It's done what I just did before. It's extruded it, but you now have control over it. You can change this thickness here. Now it's actually placed it on the wrong side, so we can't see it. So if we change this offset to be all the way to 1, now it's pushing it out rather than sucking it in. So now increase this thickness. We can change how thick we want that icing to be. Okay, really thick dollop, like really caked on there. Probably a donut people pay a lot of money for. I imagine that'd be like a trend. Like I could see that as like a trend in New York or something. I don't know why I think New York, but like I imagine that'd be it. Like you could call it like caked donuts. Donuts that are like caked in icing.
Alright, well, Blender Guru is talking about freaking
of
cakes and bakeries here. I already made like a bunch of icing for my guy.
Anyway, so you could have like really, really super thick, or you can change it here. So later
Alright, we got this like donut right here. Figure it out.
on, when you're working in your scene, you go like, oh, I don't like the thickness of that icing.
Oh my god, this guy's so slow. Let me overtake past Blender Guru here.
Now, the other thing to note, if I turn on the subsurf tool, the modifier here,
let's make a icing for this guy.
You can change the order of your modifiers. So what it does is it reads it from top to bottom. Okay, so where it is right now, it's starting with the subsurf and then it's adding the solidify on top of it. So we're starting with the smoothed mesh and then it's doing the solidify after that and pushing it out. But if I push this up arrow, it's now pushed that solidify modifier on top of the subsurf, which means that now the edge of this icing has become smoother because it's performed the smoothing action after the solidify action, if that makes sense. So now when I turn this up, you can see we've got like this smoothed edge to it, okay? Which, you know, it looks a little weird underneath there. Let's go into perspective mode. Yeah, you got a bit of a gap there, but, you know, from this angle, you can't really see it. So, you know, it's really up to you. So this, I'm really just saying this to demonstrate that there's an order to the subsurf modifiers. Okay, so it reads it again.
Oh yeah, I guess it's also worth noting that the placement of your modifiers actually affects how your render would look like in the final render. So let me see here. So I guess to give an example, if I were to put this subdivision below my solidify modifier, you can see that kind of already smoothen everything out here in a way, compared to if I were to just do it here. It looks more bumpy. It's a very subtle difference, but it's this really changes the way your model would look like in the end. But yeah, I think I want to put this subdivision here and increase the something like that. That would work. And then I would add maybe another how do I say this? Another modifier called the shrink wrap, because I am noticing that some of my donut here is not sticking into the bread underneath. I mean, it still kind of looks like a donut, but I want my icing to stick onto my donut. So what I'll do is include the shrink wrap here. Put this under here. Yeah, and I gotta make sure my shrink wrap is on top of all of my other modifiers here, because if not, it would destroy it would destroy the thickness that I've just created when I created my solidify modifier. So we'll put it instead on top, so just so it the what's it called, the only the faces underneath the extrusion gets to stick, while the other faces facing outward from the donut doesn't get affected. And I noticed that there's still some white stuff here, so what we will do is we will increase the thickness a little bit, like so. And there we go. We now have a donut that kind of sticks to its surface like that. And I guess while we're at it, we should also maybe change some parts of this. Crude a smooth. All right, there we go. Then maybe a bit of some extrusions right here. Ah, there we go. All right, that's a good-looking donut right there. All right, it doesn't have any sprinkles, which I think Blender Guru would talk about in another video here. But yeah, we made the icing like this.
Top to.
Made two versions of the donut, one with the icing and one that's just freaking a, what's it called, a honey glazed donut over here. I think for the honey glaze, I think I need to change a little bit of the, let me see, roughness. I think I need to invert my colors here. Yeah, something like this would work. I don't know. Freaking breadcrumbs are hard to. Freaking getting the roughness to work here kind of sucks. And I guess you also need some subsurface here. Oh my god, I think I'm losing the plot to this entire model here. See, that kind of works. Yeah, that works. And then IOR. Yeah, that works for my model. Anyway, I am so busy with my own work that I'm completely ignoring Mr. Guru here.
Bottom. Oh my goodness, what a long video. Must be sick of it. All right, let's do something fun, which is what I mentioned at the start of the video.
Oh my god, the donut tower! I forgot the donut tower. Oh, let's go. Oh my god, the donut tower. I've never done this before, but let me just go and flex my shit here. Let's see. This is supposed to be 1. This is supposed to be 0. Like this. That's too far. I think I need to put it like down like this. There we go. Now we got a donut tower. Oh my god. Is there a way to randomize the rotation of this? Okay, there we go. And I guess we can do it like this, and then randomize the rotation like this, and let's also randomize the scale to like, I don't know, 0.8 by. Now it looks like a little cake. 0.8, there we go. Maybe the Z could be like 0.9 or something. I don't know. Like maybe like that works, yeah. And then let me randomize a little bit of the offset here by like 0.1, 0.1, yeah. Actually, negative 0.1, I think. There we go. Now it looks like a stack of donuts you would normally see. Actually, is there a way to... No, I guess not. Can't. Actually, I'm thinking of like maybe linking this array to a curve, but I'm like, oh wait, there's the curve modifier. I can do that with a curve modifier.
Which is make a tower of donuts. And this is to demonstrate another really common modifier in Blender, which we won't really have a use for in this tutorial, but it's called the array modifier. So if with this donut here, the bottom one selected, if I go add modifier and I select array, you can see that it's created another donut next to it. And if I increase this count, you can see we've got lots and lots of donuts. And it's the position that it's placing this donut is it's stipulated. I sound like a lawyer. Stipulated in the relative offset settings right here. So this is the X value.
We made a bunch of donuts.
Like if I set the Y value to 1.
And of course, guys, let's combine everything that we've learned so far with the Blender Guru. Let's make a donut tower on fire that also waves around. Let's see. Let's go put it on the wave. Let's see. How does this work? Oh my god. Wait. It needs to be like... Let me see. Is this a... Okay, no. This way. Along normals, maybe? Oh. Ugh. What is this? Oh, I don't like the fact it's pulsating. What the frick? Actually, wait. Let me put this up here, maybe. Or... Yeah, up here. And, not offset. Maybe, like, here. Okay, now it's jumping around. How does this look if I do it this way? Oh, now it looks like... Oh, I kind of like that. Huh. Alright, we can stick with this. What else? What else can we add here? What does it look like in... Oh, wow. Ooh. Oh, okay. I see your game. And then let's get the width to... Okay, wait. Fall off. Okay, let's switch to a less powerful renderer just to see this in with a better. Oh my god! It looks like it looks like I'm now creating like a donut commercial here with some falling donuts on top of it. Let me see. Fall off. narrowness? I think the narrowness would be like... No, not that. Maybe like... Yeah, like that. And then... 1? Okay, and then maybe the width could be like... Okay, that changes the timing a bit. Let me see. Fall off. Maybe... maybe like... that and Alright. Be like this. Okay, it's not pulsating, and I think the reason why it's pulsating is because of the... Okay, it's because of the... Is it this? Or... No, it's definitely this one, I think. Yeah. That's just, I guess, the effect that it has. Let's see, start position, time. Maybe like now it's like... Maybe it like slowly. Yeah, there we go. Now let's put it on fire. F3, quick smoke. Freaking quick smoke that ass. And then... I don't know, let's add some... Let's see, where is the gas? Fire. Now we have bouncing donuts on fire, guys. Although for this one, it doesn't really look quite nice in this in this scenario. Because I mean, what do you expect when you stack two donuts together? It's just a freaking cylinder, I guess. Yeah, that works. Yeah, let me just go delete that, actually. Okay. Alright. I think that's gonna be it. At least we made some bouncing donuts, guys. Okay, now there's something wrong with this donut now. Can it not look like that, please? Oh well, I guess my donuts are stuck looking like this now. I think I'll just go save this up. Okay. Is there anything inside of it that's like causing it to look like that? I don't think so.
Now it's like it's gone diagonal because it's both X and it is also Y. I can make them all go that way by just making that. Or if I set them both to 0 and then this one to 1, this is the Z axis. So it's now placing them directly on top of each other. And if I now increase this count, this is a situation where you want to turn off the subsurf because otherwise it'll go really slow in your viewport. But now if I drag this up, I have an infinite tower as big as your computer can actually handle. Okay? So now the array modifier, you can actually do some really cool stuff with it. Like it's used a lot like you could actually make another array after it and go like, now I'm going to make 2 towers and I'm going to space them like that. I'll make 3 towers of donuts. And you can make array after array of doing all this weird stuff. And you'll also, and you know, this is overkill, which is why I won't really explain, you know, what's going on here. But if I was to down here, if I made a empty, which is just an object which you can use to like move around, doesn't show up in your render or whatever. And then here, if I set, instead of relative offset, if I set the object offset to be the empty, now this empty defines where those donuts go. So,
oh wow.
And check this out. If I rotate it, oh
my god.
What's going on? So you can make some really cool
oh, that's pretty
cool
nice.
looking shapes.
What the frick?
This looks like a daydream.
Oh my god.
It
kind of reminds me of like that one scene in Dumbo wherein he starts tripping out in a freaking... What's it? He was like in... He wasn't like hallucinogenic drugs or something, right? Freaking Dumbo in that original movie.
You can imagine this looks like something from like a Simpsons cartoon. Like Homer would be flying through here and be like, and he'd be trying to eat them. Yeah. Anyways, so that is that's how to make a little tower with your donuts there. So that,
I mean, you're out here making a donut tower. I've already made freaking icing, which is what we need to make an actual donut here in Blender. Mr. Guru.
was just a little bit of random fun, just for the ending there. All right, thank you for making it through to the end of this very long video. Apologies it's so long, but we did cover a lot, as I'm sure you would agree. So, in the next part, we're gonna make this icing look a little bit more like icing and less like a yarmulke.
What's a yarmulke? Hold on, let me... That's just a weird thing that he just talked about. What's a yarmulke? Yarmulke. What's a yarmulke? Yarmulke. A brimless Jewish skullcap. I actually didn't know that was... No, that is what it is. What? Okay. Oh wait, a yarmulke is like... Yeah, it's a hat. Where does the frickin'... How does this look like a yarmulke? It has a freaking hole on the center of it. Doesn't even look like a yarmulke.
So we'll make it look more like icing. So go ahead and join me in the next part. And if you like this video, go ahead and give me a like. That really helps my ranking in YouTube.
Oh my god, that old Blender Guru logo
as well.
Oh my god.
So that's it. Thanks for watching. See you in the next part. Welcome to part 4 of the Blender Beginner series. In this video, you will be learning.
Although the fact that you put your face near me is kind of creeping me out. What the fuck was that? What's that intro, bro?
About materials. Very, very important.
Oh wow, we're actually going into materials right away, huh? Okay. I thought that we would still cover, I don't know, like sculpting or something. But no, you're really getting into materials now, huh? Okay. Well, let's go check it out, I guess.
About adding color, shading, and life actual life to your objects. So they actually start to resemble something you would see in the real world, not something you'd see on a computer screen. So we'll be talking all about that, materials, and how to use the material node editor, which is...
Okay, guys, if you guys are like new to materials, this is probably where you'll probably rage quit a little bit, because you're essentially now learning a new how to say it? You're essentially learning a code language at this point with Blender's node systems. But I don't know. It's like I think it's, well, I'm not saying it's easy to learn, but I think the only thing you need to really learn about Blender's node system, if you wanna get into it for the first time, is just the good old principled BSDF shader, which pretty much just does everything for. It pretty much just does everything for you right out of the box. I mean, for this one node alone, I'm able to change the base color, how shiny it is through the roughness value over here, as well as, well, I don't know, the diffuse is what's needed here, but yeah, the diffuse is here. Subsurface is useful if you want to make like skin. Because, you know, if you look at skin, it's not like one color. There's like a bunch of red and green that makes up your veins and your what's it called, your blood. So if you want some of that like transparency to it, you gotta like put some subsurface into it by increasing the weight of it here. What else? Transmission is a thing for making glass. Yeah, it's for making glass, I think. It's not working well here, though. I mean, that's glass. That's not glass, right? Maybe turn down the saturation, maybe. And decrease the roughness. Okay, I guess I forgot how to make glass. What the frick? Oh wait, no, I had to change the IOR, that's why. Yeah, and then... Anyway, I know how... I'm pretty sure I know how to break glass here, just freaking forgot how to. Through this means, let me see, if I hide this... Okay, it doesn't change anything. But thin wall, no. Can I change the transparency of this one? No. Okay. Okay, that's definitely glass, but... Anyway, if freaking making glass here is possible, if the principal BSDF doesn't do anything, just go down to your search bar, search up glass BSDF, and you know, you pretty much have glass right away through this means. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm freaking in Eevee, that's why. So yeah, also the renderer that you work on also determines which shaders work best for a specific situation. So for this one, this is the transmission, and if I turn this up, there we go. Then we got the glass. There we go. That's the glass that I'm looking for. And let me put this back up. Okay. Yeah, we can make glass out of the principal BSDF if you're using the Cycles game, the Cycles render engine. Eevee sucks for making like realistic renders like this, but if you want to make like toon shaders like mine, freaking Eevee is the way to go, because that's the only way you can access this node called the shader to color node. I forgot what it's called. Shader to RGB. This node only exists in Eevee for some reason. Cycles doesn't have this. If I search up shader to RGB now, it won't show up because this node only works for Eevee for some reason. So if you want to make like Spider-Verse like styles, you gotta make do with Eevee. But to be fair though, if you're going for toon shader styles, you don't really need the extra detail that Cycles has, really. So yeah, you go stick with whatever works, I guess. I'm gonna put this back to my good old fashioned donut here. Oh, you can also change the oh, I didn't know you can change the transparency here as well. Oh, okay, the more you know. I made this like slightly not that transparent, but maybe, yeah, okay, maybe this way. Okay. Then do that. Then the roughness could be, I don't know, like something like this. Okay, there we go. I'll stick with this material
part
for
of Blender
now.
we haven't explored yet, but it's very common. Something that you'll be using a lot in the future whenever you're making a character, an object, or anything at all. Everything always uses materials and the material node editor. And since I know this one is a little long, if you make it to the end as something completely fun and as a bonus, I'll show you how to make the icing on your donut look like radioactive goo.
Yeah, freaking! I'm just realizing how fun it is if you're a beginner to go through the Blender 1.0 tutorial, because I know in his more recent donut tutorials, he just just goes straight into making the donut and shit. But as a consequence, he pretty much removes all those like fun little exercises you can do at the end to make your your Blender learning process much more fun. Like making a monkey on fire, or making a donut wave around like a worm, or making your donut turn into a stack of donuts, or turning the jelly of your donut into radioactive jelly. Like I miss those like little parts of his tutorials in his more recent donut tutorials, and I wish he could do more of that.
So here we are. This is where we left off in part 3. Now everything that we've done up until this point.
By the way, if you want to make radioactive jelly, I'm pretty sure all he did was just turn up emission here. Oh, that's not it. Wait, this one. Turn up the emission of his donut like this. Yeah, like this one. And then to make it the same color as your base color, the light, I mean, just get this like that, and then turn it up like that. Although I think it should be like a little bit more of that color, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if you want it to be like, if you want the light color to be as pronounced, instead of having it be completely white like this, you have to like the strength of it has to be a value between 0 and 1. So as you can see, it matches the color that I have right here. We can make it blue or green like this. Now that's radioactive, radioactive donut right there. All right. Anyway, that's just the way I do it, I guess.
Has been just related to 3D objects, like this 3D viewport, this area that we're in right now. But now that we're going to get into materials, we need to talk about rendering, because we haven't mentioned that yet. So if you've been wondering, like, when are we actually going to start making this thing look cool? Like, when can I make an image out of it that I can post on Facebook or whatever it is? I do that as well, by the way. You can share your stuff online. You don't have to feel guilty about that.
On Facebook, though, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I do sometimes, just occasionally, go through some Blender Facebook groups, but it's like, I don't know. It feels like it feels dirty going to a Blender Facebook group. I mean, not dirty, but more so like it's whenever you go to like a Blender Facebook group, it's most likely that you'll encounter or not most likely, but least likely that you'll encounter an expert there, because most of the people, in my opinion, that post stuff that post 3D renders in Facebook are mostly just beginners or boomers that are still trying to figure out the ins and outs of Blender. I don't know if that has something to do with the Blender Facebook group in particular, or just the general vibes of Facebook as a whole. But that's just how I think of the Blender Facebook groups nowadays. It's just I think it really is just a bunch of old people trying to figure out Blender for the first time, in my opinion.
That's called rendering. So this area we're in, this viewport, moving stuff around, this is just so that you can build your scene. To actually make it look pretty, to make it look like the final image, you need to render it. So rendering is when you take all the information you've got here, these 3D objects, and it calculates the lighting, it calculates the materials, the textures, all that stuff, and it builds the final image that looks pretty and everything. So that is called rendering.
You know, I'm just now realizing that Blender Guru's donut tutorial, as much as I love it, it is more geared towards people rendering images onto Blender or videos onto Blender, which doesn't really encompass everything that a person may want to use in Blender for. Because I know there are some people out there who may want to use Blender for 3D printing or making models for game assets and stuff. And learning about how to render images or animation may not be something that people are looking for when you want to use Blender for the first time. You might want to make like an STL or an OBJ for 3D printing, or what's it called, that other file format that people use for games, .glb for game assets. And for that, you would be less concerned with the render image button here, or the render animation button here, and be more concerned with the export features of Blender here, wherein you can export your project as a .stl, a .glb, or a .obj. If you want to get into like 3D printing or making game assets, wherein you will want to take your 3D model in Blender and transfer it to another software, like, I don't know, like a slicer software like Cheetahbox, or a game engine like Godot. You would be more you would more likely want to explore Blender's export features, like how to export in .stl, .obj, and GLTF. Which, by the way, I think it's very easy to export stuff in Blender. It's the same way as you try to maybe save a document into your, I don't know, word processor of choice, like Microsoft Word or something. Just press on the file format that you want to export your project as, which in this case, for my example, will be .stl. Select a folder where you want to place your file. And then type the name of your file, and then if you don't want to select to export everything in your scene as a .stl, you can only include all the modules that you've selected only. Which in this case, if I were to check this box here, oh, I'm just noticing you guys can't see what I'm doing. Wait. Let me switch this to. Let me switch my view here to window mode. Here and here. There we go. Okay, so if you guys want to like export your models as a .stl or a .obj, just go down to your file format, to your file button here, go down to export, select the file format of choice that you want to export your models as. So for my example, let's say we want to export as STL, we can, let me just first select all the objects that I want to export here. Let's see, I'll select both my donut and my donut icing here. You will export this as an STL. By the way, I was able to select both of this by just holding shift while I click on the objects that I want to select. Then go down to export STL, select a folder where you want to put your file, which in my case I want to put it under save files. Put under STL files here. Wow, I have a lot of STL files here. Okay. Yeah, I'll put here. I'll call it Blender Dome Tutorial 2026 Part 2. Yeah. And if I want to export only the selection, the select objects in my scene, I would put up selection only like this. Then if you're going to 3D print stuff, I suggest you click on scene unit here, just so that the size of your model doesn't change when you move your 3D object from Blender to a slicer software. So check that if you want to. But since we're just going for broke here, I'm gonna uncheck that, I guess. Then export as STL. And now if we go down to our file manager and go to that same file folder, we go down to Blender. It's under Blender files, STL files, STL, and search this by modifier. There it is. You can see it's being previewed by an old version of Cheeto Box for some reason, but let me change that to here. Okay. And there we go. See, look at that. We made like a... What is that? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to apply the modifiers, I guess, so... Yeah, the reason why it looks different compared to Blender here is because I may have forgotten to apply the modifiers, which I could by... Oh. We'll go with viewport for this one. Then... overwrite. Okay. Then let's go back here. That looks much better. Let's open with 3D Viewer. And there we go. Look at that. Made a good old fine looking donut that you can maybe 3D print if you want to. But I am too lazy to open a freaking slicer software, so we'll just move on to Blender Guru's donut here, donut tutorial here. Let's see. Let's go to Let's switch this back to window capture. There we go.
Rendering. Now you might have noticed that there's a button here we haven't pressed yet, and it says render. So let's go ahead and click that. Great. Look.
Hold on. What is that? It's a render. You have your own dedicated render button in the properties tab of all places. Okay, let me see if that still exists. Okay, we are here under. Okay. What is that? Where is that? That is the. Maybe here? Is it here? No, that's not it. It's resolution. Okay, so it's like here. I think it's here, yeah? I can see that that's the resolution option here to change the resolution of your render. Ah, they must have discontinued it. The fact that there's a render button under the output properties of my scene. It kind of sucks. It kind of. I mean, it doesn't suck that much, but it just sucks for beginners since they don't know where the whole render image option would be, which would be on the top left here, I guess. But yeah, that's I guess the render button under the output tab is no longer a thing here anymore. Let me see. Let me look around. Maybe it's still here. Let me see. Bake? No, that's not bake. Grease pencil? No. So yeah, I guess the only way to render without pressing F12 is just to go down to a render option here and press render image.
Awful, right? What an awful looking image. Really the only thing that's changed is it's got shadow here. We haven't got textures or materials or anything yet, so that's why it's there. So this is what it looks like when you have rendered an image. Now excuse me for a second, let me get a little drink. Not drink as in like alcohol, but it's not whiskey. It's Earl Grey. I go hard for my tutorials. Okay.
Go hard. Oh my god. Guru, Blender Guru, please stop drinking while modeling. Stop drinking while modeling. Like, it's the same line as like stop drinking while driving or something.
so what it's done here, it's just calculated the light.
You know, I kind of wonder what would happen if I start drinking and I start modeling something while in a drunken state. Will I still be able to like make something good out of it?
And the shadows, that's basically it, and a little bit of reflection on there. Now doing this, it has used a rendering engine. So if you remember at the start, the introduction to 3D stuff, we spoke about 3D software, 3ds Max, Maya, Blender, all that kind of stuff. So Blender is the 3D program which is used to make the stuff that to make and design the scene like we've been doing currently. But when it comes to rendering, making the final image, that's actually a separate piece of software. So it's kind of like when you first like get into 3D, you make all this decision about choosing your software, and then later on you discover like, I also have to choose my rendering engine. And I don't want you to get overwhelmed here, but there's a lot of rendering engines. So
wait, let me rewind that a little bit. What did you say about rendering?
Now excuse me for a second, let me get a little drink.
Okay, go
drink
get a
as
drink.
in like alcohol, but it's not whiskey.
Go get your.
It's Earl Grey.
Not alcohol.
I go hard
Mr. Price.
for my tutorials. Okay, so what it's done here, it's just calculated the lighting and the shadows. That's basically it, and a little bit of reflection on there. Now doing this, it has used a rendering engine. So if you remember at the start, the introduction to 3D stuff, we spoke about 3D software, 3ds Max, Maya, Blender, all that kind of stuff. So Blender is the 3D program which is used to make the stuff that to make and design the scene like we've been doing currently. But when it comes to rendering, making the final image, that's actually a separate piece of software. So it's kind of like when you first like get into 3D, you make all this decision about choosing your software, and then later on you discover like I also have to choose my rendering engine. And I don't want you to get overwhelmed here, but there's a lot of rendering engines. If you look on Wikipedia, I think there's probably over 100. It seems like every week there's a new rendering engine.
Okay, that's something I never thought about. Like, there are multiple render engines. Okay. I mean, I know that Blender has like 2 render engines, but I never knew that that the render engine within Blender, it counts as a different software in and of itself. Let me see. The 8 best render engines in 2024. Okay, let me pull up. Let me pull up the what's it called? My capture whole option here. Okay, let me see. Okay, you guys can see this, right? All right. I'm just looking around online, just to see what are the other render engines out there, because for the most part, I have experienced the Eevee engine, the Cycles engine. I've heard of Octane, I think, but not that much, I guess. What is a render engine? Render engines is a software system that converts a prepared 3D scene into modeling or animation. If you use 3D rendering software in the last stage of the animation process. It continued to work on the model's animation, adding visual effects like shading, texture mapping, shadows, reflections, and motion blur. Yeah, I know all of this. The software can use a variety of techniques, including ray tracing, rasterization, and root tracking. Okay, what are the best render engines? Alright, what are the best render engines? The important thing when choosing a suitable render engine is what you need to consider your needs. Because there's so much software in the market, you can become perplexed. Here are some criteria on which you can base your selection. Okay. Now I'm wondering, can I add a render engine onto Blender? Is that a thing that I can do? Okay, yeah, I know Cycles. Of course, Cycles is the big boy of Blender. There's another good rendering end program with a robust. Okay, here's Octane. I think I've heard of Octane before. I heard it's like a better version of Cycles. It's just that it's not available under Blender as of the moment if you download it out of the box. Redshift, a GPU accelerated render solution that offers a lot of customization, flexibility, and performance. This program uses a biased method which allows it to cheat the way the image works, making it one of the quickest render engines in the market. Okay, that looks nice. Okay, V-Ray Arnold. Alright. Corona. Why does it look like a Blender? Why does it look like a Blender logo, except it kind of trimmed a little bit of its hair? Right, isn't as well known as other alternatives names on this thing? Corona is one of the fastest rendering software solutions currently available. Okay. Oh, RenderMan, of course, RenderMan. That's what Pixar uses. I don't think anyone will ever use RenderMan because it's a proprietary software only exclusive to Pixar's animation team. It's not available publicly, I think. Lumion conclusion. Okay, so how do you use a render engine? Alright, let me go through Blender's documentation here. Cycles is Blender's ray trace solution based production render engine. Okay. Freestyle is an edge and line-based, non-photorealistic. It relies on mesh data and Z-def information. Oh. Wait. Workbench. Easy. What documentation is this from? Read more. Oh wait, I think this is the shit. The big picture. Activate freestyle by the properties render freestyle box. Properties. Render. Oh my god. Ah. Oh, it's this. Oh wait, no, this is considered a different. This is considered like a part of cycles. I don't consider that as a render engine. That's just a feature they could get both in Eevee and cycles. So yeah, I don't think that I consider that a render engine. Mr. Blender. What the app? Thanks to the Eevee engine. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Let me go back here. Alright, let me search up. Okay, I know. Let me see. Godot engines render engine. Overview of renderers. Okay, so alright. Oh, so that's what a renderer is in Godot. For plus mobile compatibility. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm going down this rendering engine rabbit hole because Blender Guru says here that render engines are basically like a different software in itself, and I'm thinking, oh, do you mean are you saying that the render engines are something that can come on its own without without a 3D modeling program like Blender? And then that could be possible because Blender pretty much just does everything for some reason. And it wouldn't be surprising if Blender just decides that it also wants to do the renderer engine's job for them by just including it into its built-in program. But that makes me wonder, what is a render engine in the wild on its own? Let's see, render engine. Because I keep on forgetting that Blender is a weird. It's one of the weird 3D modeling programs wherein it combines a lot of features of multiple programs into one. Not realizing that those multiple features are usually just things that are included in many different programs instead of just one program. So, my god, freaking rendering software. 3D rendering software. Let me see. Oh, there is a... Let's see, 3D Delights Illumination Appleseed. What's Appleseed? Appleseed Render Engine. Bella Render. Oh, it's under the BSD license. Okay. Let's see. AGSys. Axis. Axis is a free rendering suite compliant with the RenderMan standard. Okay, Axis process consists of a renderer, shader compiler, and a few other supporting components, like the original PR man from Pixar. It's an implementation of the Reyes rendering algorithm. Huh. Okay, is there a link to download this or something? Okay, let's see. Let's look at the references. Or the homepage, maybe. This is fascinating. I have never heard of a 3D rendering engine that is that just stands on its own. And I guess from here I just realized that this is no longer a legitimate website, I guess. Let's go to GitHub maybe. Maybe it's GitHub has something. GitHub. Alright, so when was the last commit of this thing? Of this renderer? Happy rendering, Access team. Let me see. Releases? No. Packages. Let me see. Let me go under. I actually don't know where you can find the latest changes to this. Is it under releases maybe? No. I guess they don't make it public for people to see the changes and stuff. Oh wait, I can see that the last change is around 11 months ago. Okay. So I guess it's technically still in active development. But I have no idea how they use this. What how do they even make a render engine out of this? How does a render engine even work without a program like Blender? Let me see, what else is there? Bella Render, Cycles. Of course, Cycles is there. Eevee. It just takes me to the... What does this take me to the... Okay. It just takes me to Blender's... this wiki page. Okay, here we go. Kirkifia is a standalone rendering program that supports ray tracing and Metropolis light transport. Uses physically accurate materials and lighting. Is distributed as freeware. Currently, the program can be integrated with any software that can export files in OBJ and 3ds formats, including 3ds Max, Blender, Lightwave 3D, SketchUp, Silo, and Wings 3D. There are 6 official exporters for Kirkifia. I don't know what this is. Supported 3D file formats. Okay. Supported materials. Oh, so that's what a render engine is. So wait, that basically just means that my 3D viewer? Okay, what's radiance? Radiance is a suite of tools for performing lighting simulation, originally written by Greg Ward. It includes a renderer as well as many other tools for measuring the simulated light levels. Okay, so I'm now kind of getting what a renderer is. It's basically just there to make your to translate, you know, all of the material information and changes in your 3D model into something that you can see actually in your scene, which I guess I would have already known about, considering that's what basically a render engine is. But okay, I thought that there would be more features to the render engine, like maybe changing the materials or something to it. But yeah, I guess a render engine is just a basic way of saying that it's just a place to render out your materials to look like this more often. Alright.
All boasting some new feature, and a lot of them fade away, but some of them stick around. But anyway, I say this because there's actually more than one rendering engine in Blender, and I want to talk about the difference between them and why you should choose one over the other. So you can see that at the top of our screen here, we've got something that says Blender Render. That is the rendering engine that it is using currently. Now this one here, Blender Render,
I just noticed that my OBS is not recording Blender like that.
Okay. Its real name actually is the internal rendering engine. I don't know why it's called Blender Render there, but anyways, that's the one that it's using right now. But if you click the drop down, you can see there's actually two others. Like there's Blender Game, which I've never touched before. I assume it's for making games.
A what? Wow. Okay. All right. So that's the first time I've ever. I mean, I've heard of it, but this is the first instance I've ever heard of Blender having, or the first. Well, not really the first time, but I guess the first time I'm seeing the Blender game engine before it was removed onto Blender. If you guys don't know, the Blender used to have its own like proprietary game engine inside of its program, but I know, I guess for some reason it was never supported by the main Blender Foundation team. So now, if you want to use the Blender game engine, you actually have to download it via a third party that is still kind of supporting it in a way, but keep in mind that it's not made by the main people behind Blender anymore. It's made by different people. Just think of like how, you know, you differentiate the Mojang team of Minecraft to modders. Basically, the Blender game engine is now being run by modders of of Blender in a way, which is it's still good, I guess, but it's if you're looking for like for the built-in render engine, that for the built-in game engine of Blender, that is no longer a thing, I guess.
And the other one is the Cycles rendering engine. So the Cycles rendering one is the new engine that came out about 5 years ago. So the this one at the top here, internal rendering engine, it's been with Blender since the very start, so since like the 90s. And it uses an older style of calculation, whereas this Cycles one uses a new style. So let's just change to Cycles. And
I wouldn't say it's well, yeah, I guess it is old technically, the EV engine, but it isn't outdated. If that's what you guys are assuming, what EV is really becoming, because I still know that that EV is still being used for toon shaded stuff, like in a Spider-Verse style. And I guess to demonstrate that to you guys, let me go ahead and make a monkey right here. I guess to anyone who is new to my channel, this is basically my specialty here when it comes to rendering stuff onto Blender. It's that I could, let me actually first parent these together, move this to another side here, and okay, so we got this monkey here, right? So, compared to Eevee, compared to Cycles here, you would say that freaking Cycles would be a better option to render this monkey because hey, it looks much nicer this way. Let me just add a few subdivision surface right here. There we go. And let me just make it, maybe turn it here, then turn it to the side like this, and let's put it down in the ground like that. And the normal RZ like that. Okay. And let me rotate the camera a little bit to here, I guess. Or just rotate the entire image at the entire monkey like this. Okay. Alright, so you would think that okay, I mean Cycles pretty much beats Eevee when it comes to how it looks in the final render here. But there's one thing Eevee has advantage of compared to Cycles here, and it's the fact that it can render stuff toon shadedly with Eevee. So if I make a new material here in my monkey, and I'm gonna disregard the, actually we can use the principal BSDF here actually. Then to make it toon shaded, all we have to do is just add a shader to RGB like this. Then from here it will convert our color information, our shader information into color information here. Now what we can do with the color information is we will plug this into a emission tab here, and so far nothing is changing with our monkey. It still looks like a low rendered version of the Cycles monkey. But if we were to include now a color ramp, let me just show you guys how to make a basic toon shader right here. We can now do some interesting stuff with the shadows like this. And now if we do it like this, you can see now that our monkey is looking much more toon shaded. And if we switch the color ramp here to constant, we now have a monkey with much harsher shadows, making it look more toon shaded. And if I add a few more steps to my monkey here, we can now get something that looks like this. Let me go put it nearer like that. And look at that. It's it looks like a monkey that I just sort of sketched up, but no, this is actually like a 3D model in freaking Blender. See, look at that. It looks like a monkey that you just kind of inked out in a way. And then if you want to make it look nicer, or maybe add color to it, it's as simple as just adding, you know, something like this, and then adding maybe some blues to it like that. And it actually looks more toon shaded here. And that's the one advantage of freaking cycle of Eevee here compared to Cycles, which would, you know, it would render everything wrongly, because Cycles is more focused on making things more realistic. And what we are essentially feeding our material here is light information, and light in real life doesn't do stuff like this, you know. So we take advantage of Eevee's less accurate lighting to make renders like this that looks kind of much better. And we can actually make this much better by adding some outline to this, which we can do by adding a solidify modifier and adding a new outline here, a new material here. Call it I don't know, this one. We'll make it black, that, and then oops. Oh, I may have gotten rid of. Oh no, it's here. Okay, to add an outline, you could just do this, and this, and this, and oh wait, I think I forgot to E. There we go. And then let's make it flip to offset 1, edge data. I think it's, what am I missing here? It should be showing up the, oh wait, I think it's this one here. Let's see, differed, blended. Shit, why am I forgetting how to make a I'm forgetting how to make an outline, what the frick. Okay, so solidify, no, not that. Even thickness. Alright, I'm blanking. Oh, there. Okay. Okay, so turn on the back face calling of the camera like that, and then... Okay, the even thickness should be turned off. Okay, you can clamp it like so. Let me, okay, there we go. Alright, and then we can also make, okay, I guess that's the only way I can make it much more detailed here. But yeah, you can kind of see why the good things you can do with just this modifier right here. And it's like that. We made a toon shaded monkey, a toon shaded monkey head on Blender. Yeah, so yeah, that's like the one thing that Blender can do, that Eevee can do, that Cycles can't do. And with Cycles, it doesn't. For some reason, Cycles doesn't recognize backface culling, which is when we flip faces around to make this outline effect. So what we get instead is a black colored monkey here, instead of the toon shaded monkey that we can get with Eevee. So yeah, if you want to do toon shading, just go for Eevee. Or if you want to, just do a quick render, Eevee is the much better option because it renders everything fast compared to Cycles, wherein if you if you move your camera even ever so slightly, you can sort of see that it still takes a few seconds for it to process everything in your scene when you start rotating your camera around. So if you go for Eevee, everything just works instantly like that.
just switch to a new render slot. Render slots, by the way, are a good way of comparing renders. So if you've done a render and then you want to see, like, change a setting and see what else it will look like, if you change the render slot, or a shortcut for that, by the way, is J. Download my keyboard shortcut if you don't want to have to remember all these keyboard presses. Now, if we do another render, take a look at that. This is the render that we get with cycles, okay? I promise we'll get to the materials soon, by the way. Like,
oh my god, I forgot that was how render Blender rendered its objects back then. It's sort of like rendered it each part of your picture like square by square, I think, which was very which is a very unique way of rendering stuff. But now if you just render stuff in Blender, it's just instantaneously works. Hold on. Let me just show you guys how it works. I'm gonna switch this to Blender render here. So let me just get rid of this, and let's let's just go render something here. Yeah, it just kind of just renders it without question. Okay, that's not it. Where's it? Render. There it is. It just renders the picture right away without having to go through that sort of zigzaggy motion that you see in Blender Guru's video right here. Oh, let me just show you guys one more time.
I know that this is the render that we get with cycles.
Yeah, look at that. What the heck? What the heck is that render?
Soon, by the way. Like, I know
render.
This is like, come on, I thought we were doing material. We will. Okay. So this is the internal, and then this is cycles. Now, you might prefer one over the other. You might be like, oh, this one looks too washed out and contrasty. And this one looks better because it's contrasty. But really, that's...
Oh, yeah. Speaking of colors, I think this is set to standard, I think. Or was it filmic? Which makes your colors washed out, as what Blender Guru here is saying. So to fix that, we need to go down to color management, and we change filmic to standard here. And now things look more saturated, and the reason why is because we are now getting a good estimate of the colors we have just picked out under our materials here. So here's how it looks on cycles here. If it is set to standard, and if it's set to filmic, it looks less saturated here. But if you set to standard, it would look more like the colors that we just picked out for our shaders here under our node editor. And I guess the reason why it looks more saturated is because since we were looking at it through the filmic view, we were sort of like upping the saturation unintentionally when we start rendering it. When you start setting up the materials here in Blender. So anyway, if I were to render our monkey here with filmic, with the what's it called, standard here, I think it would look more or less the same as it is in the 3D viewport. I guess it looks the same. Is it using the same? Wait, hold on. Let me switch this to filmic. Oh, okay. I think it's just something to do with my eyes. I think I'm looking at it from the renderer, and this monkey somewhat looked like the filmic monkey, but I think it has something to do with the contrasting colors around my monkey that makes me think that it was the filmic monkey instead of the standard monkey in my renderer, in my render window.
just a difference in light value that maybe is having that effect. But in this internal one, you'll notice that the shadows are completely black. And if you actually mouse over it, it's solid black. Now, that's actually physically impossible in the real world. Especially in this lighting setup, you wouldn't have solid black. There's always light that would bounce off this table here, and it would hit the donut. So this old style of rendering will not calculate bounce lighting. So if you want to create anything that looks photorealistic or even slightly realistic, Cycles, this one here, is a much better choice because Cycles calculates that. Cycles does a lot of other things differently as well. It has like more accurate volumetrics. It has like subsurface scattering, which I guess is more accurate. Translucent, like it's a newer approach. So the old approach doesn't calculate any of that stuff. So Cycles was a completely new rendering engine, rewritten from the start to use newer styles of rendering. Okay, so that's the difference between them. So the main one, the one that you should be using from now on, is Cycles. Now, some people will say, oh, what about, what's wrong with internal? A lot of people still use internal rendering engine. What, maybe like 2 to 5% of the community probably still use it. Because there is some advantages. Like one, you'll notice that the Cycles render here took 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds, whereas the internal rendering engine took half a second. So if you're rendering a lot of frames, a lot of people, especially people in like TV, if they work for a TV station doing commercials or something like that, some people still prefer the internal rendering engine.
Also, once again, the freaking Spider-Verse, I think, brought new life onto Eevee, I think. With its newfound use of toon shading, I think Eevee is now has somewhat extended its lifetime, more than it has been originally. Because without toon shading, I think Eevee would have been something that was defunct in Blender a long time ago. But thanks to Spider-Verse, we got Eevee staying here for for the majority of its what am I saying? But Eevee would still be staying here just thanks to toon shading.
It's very good if you're on a tight deadline and you just want to quickly render. But Cycles, like if you're going to be following tutorials, especially online, everybody nowadays uses Cycles. So switch to Cycles. That's my whole point.
P.S. The internal rendering engine. Oh wait, he's not talking about Eevee at this at this part of the video. Did Blender had its own like proprietary engine back then? I didn't know that. What the heck? Okay, I guess they sort of gave up on making their own render engine and just decided to go for third-party ones, I guess.
Switch to Cycles.
Actually, let me see what people are saying in the comments of this video. I just want to say the people translating the tutorial of 2.8 are heroes. Never underestimate the power of the glossy BSDF. His render 1%, 78% done. My computer 0.03, 0.6, 0.8. 99.3, 99.6, 99.9 render failed. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess as a beginner, you really have a shitty GPU to work with for rendering, don't you? All right.
And then you.
I guess no one's talking about the old Blender and the old Blender render engine in this comment section. I guess it just goes to show that that render engine isn't really that efficient in rendering stuff in Blender.
Can actually follow along. All right. Gosh golly. Whew. All right. I've recorded this tutorial like 6 times now, trying to explain that bit on rendering engines. I hope that sort of explained it a little better. All right. Okay. So Now that we've done that, now we can actually get into...
Wait, what's that? I know this is stupid, but are you Catholic? According to my VTuber lore, or my or my real life lore, or my real life persona. I guess it would be weird if someone, I mean, not weird, but kind of game changer if someone includes being Catholic as a part of their VTuber persona. But to answer your question, my family is Roman Catholic, I guess, to answer your question. Mr. Simon John, IRL lore, yeah. As for my VTuber persona, I don't know. Do people even include like the religion under their VTuber persona? But yeah, under IRL lore, my family is Roman Catholic.
The materials. Okay, so to demonstrate the first material, I want to just do it for the donut underneath, okay? And I just want to see just the donut. I want to hide the icing. And I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before, but hiding in Blender can be done by selecting an object and pressing H. Okay, now when you do that, it's hidden, and you can do it for multiple objects. And then if you want to bring it back, you can push Alt-H, okay? And it brings everything back. So now there are layers down here, which we'll talk about in the future. But for now, this is just a temporary way of hiding something, okay? And while we're at it as well, let's move the lighting. Let's just position it directly over the top of our donut there so that we can actually see it better. Okay, now if we want to change, if we want to set a material for our donut, you would go over here to the right in the properties bar and then click on material right there. And then let's just select new. Okay, now it's added some, default settings here. So where it says color,
Okay, let me just change back my material back to its original state here. Set the emission back to 0. And I guess we can leave the color as this. Anyway, there's no light coming out of this if I set this to 0. I set the emission to 0, I mean.
Change that to be orangey yellowish. Like that. Like a donut, I guess. I haven't seen a donut in a while. I assume they're still orangey yellow.
What do you mean you haven't seen a donut in a while? I guess to be fair, I also haven't seen a donut in a while. That's actually a pretty weird thing to say, but yeah, it is true. I haven't seen a donut in a while. I haven't been to a Krispy Kreme or a Dunkin' Donuts in quite a long time. Partly because I went to my doctor's one day and I got like some test results according to my from a blood and urine test, and it told me that I have a lot of like uric acid in my pee, which sort of suggests that my liver or my kidneys, I think, are broken slightly. Not much. It's not like a high uric level, but it is a little bit concerning. So I'm kind of like how to say this? I'm kind of lessening my carbs and stuff. And as for you guys thinking, oh, do you drink? Is it because you're drinking a lot? I don't drink. I don't drink. That's one fun fact about me. I don't take any alcohol or any of those things. That's not based on any religion, by the way. Since you guys brought up the whole religion thing on chat here, I don't. Catholics don't concern themselves whether they drink a lot or not. I mean, come on, our freaking priest drinks wine every Sunday, some fine wine every Sunday. But I don't know. That's just a lifestyle choice for me. On why I don't drink. I actually don't see the point of drinking in real life. It's like, I mean, people say that it's for getting yourself socially ready to talk to people in in a third place, but I tried it before. It doesn't really make me talk a lot compared to if I were to just talk without being in a drunken state. So yeah, it's like I don't see the benefits with alcohol is what I'm saying. It's just not something that I wanna concern myself with when I consume something.
Anyway, now you'll notice that it hasn't actually changed its color. You might be like, oh, come on, what's going on here? And that's because we are still in the 3D viewport. We haven't actually engaged the rendering engine yet. So to do that, you could go over to the rendering engine and you could push render. Now it's actually added the icing back because that action, pressing H and hiding objects, that only works in the viewport. So when you go to render it, it will be like you haven't hidden anything. But anyways, now, okay, so that's one way of doing it. But that's very slow. It's a very slow way of working. And if you're going to be making lots of, small, excuse me, if you're going to be making lots of small.
Okay, I'm going to pause the video a little bit here. Let me see if I still remember how to make bread in Blender. Is it like... Because the way they set up the principal BSDF now isn't the way I remembered how it was set up when I first took the Blender donut tutorial back in 2.8. Because there was a way to change the subsurface color back then, but now it's not a thing under the principal BSDF. Why is that not the case? Let me see, scale. Okay, I'm using the cycles. I need to switch to cycles, I think. Okay, and then let me try to get a mixed color here. Plug it into here, and right, that would do nothing. But if we were to do that, then increase the scale a little bit. Let's actually add a few. Yeah, maybe something like that. And that looks kind of dark. Let me actually increase the light a little bit. There we go. Looks more like a donut there, right? A donut bread, I guess. That looks like donut bread. Then I think it's too shiny for the icing, I think. Let me actually... Let's see. Is this... Did I do something with the specular? No, I don't think that's it. Well, I do like my shiny donuts, I guess. It just looks very plasticky, in my opinion. It needs like a little bit of that. Okay, I guess that's good. Maybe the subsurface needs a bit more. Yeah, I guess that works. I don't know. It looks, I don't know why, but the donut here looks the icing here looks way too shiny in my opinion. And let me go back to here and increase the... Okay. But let me move back the Control P, key transform this to here, hide this monkey. And there we go. Alright, that's our donut, I guess.
Changes. That's very annoying if you had to go like, what am I looking at? You know, that's very, very annoying. So thankfully, we have, you can actually change the mode that you're looking at right now. So down here in the bottom, you've got a little thing that's white. And if you click this, you can see that we can change the shading type. And if we go to the top one, rendered, we're now looking at it through the eyes of the renderer, which is it's the exact same image that you'll see when you actually render it. So if I actually go to view from the camera's point of view, which is what it's doing when you actually hit render, by the way, I didn't explain that. So our camera is here. So when we hit render, it's gonna render it from the point of view of the camera. And if I wanna see...
By the way, is he gonna talk about sprinkles in this video here? Okay, I think not. I think that'll be another video, I think. Yeah, I think we'll do it on another video. Oops, okay. I guess we'll be here for a long time.
I can press number pad 0. Again, if you don't want to remember these shortcuts, get the keyboard shortcut guide. I gotta plug it. That's my bread and butter. No, it's free. Anyway.
Damn, Blender Guru is just out here trying to...
So, if I...
make the most out of out of his content.
Yeah, so from this point of view, if I go to the rendered mode, it's the exact same render that I would get when I actually hit render, okay? Except that the icing is back, obviously, as I mentioned. So I say this just to say that this mode here is a very great representation of how it's going to look when you do the final render. So it's really great to work from this mode whilst you're dealing with the materials. Okay. Now, first things first, I haven't also mentioned about shading. Okay, so you might have noticed like this is very blocky looking, like little squares on it. And you might be wondering like, when are we going to actually make it look smooth? Okay, because I don't want you to turn this up. Okay, which was, I remember that mistake when I first started using software. I'm like, oh, I guess I have to turn this up to crazy high amounts. But if you zoom in, the squares are still there, but they're just even tinier. Okay, what you actually want to do is you want to click smooth shading, which is over there in the toolbar. If you click that, now we've got smooth shading, okay? By the way, I haven't mentioned that. Now we've got...
Is that the first time he talked about smooth shading in Blender? I could have sworn he introduced that in an earlier part of his Blender tutorial series, but okay, I guess but that's something that he delayed for until the, what's it, the 4th? And this is the 4th part? Oh my god.
Smooth shading, okay? By the way, I haven't mentioned the toolbar yet, but usually you don't have it open because it just takes up part of your screen. So most of the time you work in Blender with it off, and you can do that by pushing T. Push a T. Some people will get that. Yeah, which just enables it or disables it. So that's so most artists, you know, they work over here and then they need a little feature. They push T, they click it, and then they turn it off again. Just letting you know that. So we've enabled smooth shading. So smooth shading, like if you haven't got enough geometry and you've got smooth shading, it's gonna look weird. So you still need to have enough geometry so that it smooths out enough. So basically, it performs.
Not gonna lie though, I think even with smooth shading, your model will still look pretty weird if you don't apply, you know, subdivision to actually smoothen out your actual wireframe that makes up your donut or your 3D model in this case. So I think the best way to make your models look smoother is to apply both smooth shading and to apply a subdivision surface together to get more like accurate and smoother surfaces in your model.
It's like an operation where it pretends like there's a lot of vertices there, and it kind of smooths off those corners, so it's like you can't see them. But still, if you looked at it from an angle, you would see that it's kind of blocky. So it's kind of like faking the view. But yeah, that's smooth shading, invented by Pixar, I believe, as pretty much all of this stuff.
That was invented by Pixar? Oh my god. Yeah, I think I heard from Mr. Guru himself that RenderMan is, or at least some executive in Pixar is saying that Blender is slowly becoming what RenderMan is to them when it comes to all the features that's available to it. Like I think Blender Guru specifically said, or exact in his own words said that Blender almost has all the features that RenderMan has, which is Pixar's rendering engine that they use to make all their freaking movies, which is mind blowing. Like we have industry graded stuff in the palm of our hands, and it's free and open source.
Actually is.
It's crazy.
Here's a little fun little thing. See in this subsurf over here, and there's different modes of subsurf. Catmull, that is named after the co-founder of Blender, Ed Catmull, who I believe actually came up with this method of subsurfing. So, and I guess Clark was the other guy. I don't know who made that little thing. Anyways, okay, so we've got smooth shading. All right, let's stay on track. Let's talk about the materials. All right, now let's bring in the icing, okay? Because this is looking like a donut. We've done well so far. Bring in the icing, Alt-H to bring it back. And let's turn on smooth shading for the icing as well. So we're gonna go to the materials, gonna give it a new material, and let's change this color to look slightly pink. And, oh, sorry, I haven't been mentioning the Shift Z. Okay, Shift Z is the shortcut for switching between solid view or whatever mode that you're currently in. And
Shift Z. I mean, when I was first making my first ever donut, I didn't really think about Shift Z that much, because if you want to change, your mode that you're in, you can just go down to object mode. Go down to this drop down in the. You guys can see this, right? You guys go down to the drop down on the top left here, and just switch up, switch up your object mode to edit mode, or edit mode to object mode, or edit mode to texture mode, or weight paint. It's easy as that when it comes to making stuff in Blender. Anyway, we already made this like little freaking render here actually. Let me just go ahead and while Blender Guru is still busy talking about materials here, I already made my own version of the donut here. Let me just go ahead and pull this up. Actually, let me a little bit like this, a little bit like this. There we go. Maybe this one. No, it looks better this way, I think. Dang, this is the let me just isolate the view here. There, maybe this could work. Okay, let's select the camera and put it this way. Sheesh, look at that freaking render. Oh my god. This makes me want to explore more tutorials that are around YouTube, like the whole what's it called? The whole Polygon Runway series of videos wherein they tell you how to make like a room, a isometric room in Blender. That's those are also very fun tutorials aside from Blender Guru's donut tutorial. In fact, if you guys want more like beginner tutorials, if you want to move on from Blender Guru's donut tutorial, you can move on to Polygon Runways. list of tutorials for to talk about how you can make like rooms and stuff in their YouTube channel. You can go search it up if you want to, but essentially, their tutorials are also kind of like this, wherein they don't talk to you too much about all the complicated stuff. In fact, I think their renders, their videos are more so about modeling. So if you want to learn more about modeling, I suggest you go down to their videos and talk and just pick any of their isometric room tutorials. It's like, especially if you want to do like low poly stuff, I think they are also very good at teaching you that in their videos. Wow, that's so cool. That's cool. Yeah, I made this in Blender. It's actually really easy. I'm not gonna lie. Making this render in Blender. Let me see. All that's missing, I guess, is the sprinkles, which I think Blender Guru would talk about in another video. But yeah, we made this freaking donut. And I'm not ending stream just yet because we still have like, what's it, 20 minutes left in this video. But yeah, I just went ahead and just made this whole setup here in Blender, just so I can focus more on Blender Guru's talks here. So with that being said, let's keep going.
The rendered mode, so it just switches you, yeah, in or out of it like that. So it's a quick way of just previewing, just flicking between the two. Sorry, Shift Z. All right, so looking at the donut, looking nice, got some color there, but you'll notice that the icing kind of looks fake. Like it, it's definitely icing. Like I mean, it looks kind of like icing, but mostly because it's pink.
Oh, I know what it's gonna do, but I'll let him. I'll let him finish.
And the reason for that is that there is currently no reflection. Okay, and that's because this type of default material is called diffuse, and diffuse simply means that diffuse.
Oh yeah, I forgot the diffuse material exists. To me personally, I don't think I don't use the diffuse node that much, which is this node right here. So if you guys don't know what the diffuse BSDF is, it's basically just the principal BSDF node here that we have been using for the majority of the stream, except that it just lacks all the other stuff that the principal BSDF has, like roughness. Oh, actually, it has a roughness here, but it lacks other stuff like, I don't know, transmission, emission, and stuff. Basically, diffuse is just a beta version of whatever principal BSDF has going on with its nodes right here. I don't know, I think BSDF is still kind of used for toon shaders and stuff, but I mean, I pretty much already made like a monkey here using toon shaders, and I used the base shader that I used for making the Suzanne model here is made using what's it called? Yeah, this model here was made using a principal BSDF. Normally people use like a diffuse BSDF before making making this chain of nodes for toon shading. But again, I don't see the point in using a diffuse BSDF when the principal BSDF can really give you more control as to how your shader would look like before you turn it into color information in Eevee. So let me just switch this back to here. Let me see. Actually, let me improve a little bit of my glass here. Let me put this back to Shift A, principal BSDF. Okay, that turns that to that. Let me change the weight to this, roughness to this, and I also change the color. There we go. All right. That looks more like glass right there. Oh well. Okay, while we while we admire what I've just created here, we can just continue watching Blender
And
Guru.
there is no reflection that comes off diffuse, which is actually physically impossible in the real world. Every single object, even the roughest surface you can imagine, like a brick wall, it still has reflection. So diffuse by itself, it doesn't have any reflection. So we want to have some reflection to it. Well, if you change the surface here, you can see that we've got other types. We've got one that says glossy. So if we tried that, you can see.
Actually, let me rewind that a little bit. What does it have here? Does it have a principled BSDF? No. Oh my god. Really? Blender doesn't have a principled BSDF node in its new version? I guess to be fair, the principled BSDF is technically just all of the nodes that is, you know, in Blender Guru's video here. But combined. They just combine all of it together. So yeah, it's the principled BSDF is not a thing in Blender before. That's good to know.
So we've got one that says glossy. So if we tried that, you can see we've got something that looks quite like it's actually got some reflection. If we turn off the roughness, you can see it. But you can see that that's not right either, because this looks like metal. And that's because the glossy shader by itself should only be used for metal. Okay, so you've got diffuse, which obviously shouldn't be used because you need to have some gloss. But then gloss shouldn't be used because gloss should only be used for a solid metal object. So what do? Well, you need to combine the two. You need to have both diffuse and gloss working together. And that makes up probably 90% of the materials that you make, diffuse and glossy together. And the way that you do that, the best way to do it is to use the node editor. Okay, so everything that I have done so far has been over here in this little material panel over here. But this offers you a very limited view of working. All these little options here, they're great, but you can't really do anything fancy. And so when you start adding and combining shaders and stuff like that, it starts to get a little bit confusing. So the best way to do it is to switch to the node editor. Jump cut. Not sure if you noticed. So down here in the bottom left-hand corner, you can't see it because my mug is in the way. But down here we got this.
I'm actually now interested in how he would tackle nodes, given that there's no principled BSDF back then.
Little cube, right? And if you click the cube, it brings up these options. And this is basically a bunch of different.
Okay, of course he would change the timeline of his Blender project into the shader editor. Okay.
Different ways that you can change this window right here. So right now we're looking at the 3D viewport, but you can see we got a bunch of stuff we haven't even discussed. UV image editor, video sequence editor. You can add.
By the way, that's how I discovered that Blender is pretty much God at this point. Because you can add any window into Blender, and Blender won't give a frick about it. And and from here you can actually see the girth of Blender's freaking features here. He has a 3D viewport. He has an image editor here, a UV editor for texturing or making UVs. Geometry node editor for making procedural renders or procedural mesh data. A compositor for adding effects to your pictures and stuff. What else is here? Oh wait, what the frick is this? Hold on, wait a minute. Let me shrink down the video here real quick. Let me render my object here real quickly. And I forgot to include my donut here. Hold on. Let me include my donut. Where's my donut? Where even is my donut? Oh wait, no, I think it's okay. Donut. Okay. Okay, there. Render image? Why is my donut not being seen? Oh, that's why. Okay. Render image. There it is. Okay. Now render for me, please. Okay. Alright, so we got this image right here of my donut. Now, I'm gonna go to this compositor here. I don't usually touch the compositor because, you know, if I want to edit how my video or my image would look like, I would rather use like GIMP, Pixie Editor for images, or DaVinci Resolve for editing my videos. But let me go ahead and I think this is let me go to my actually let's switch windows here. Go to the compositing tab. I'm gonna pull up my image editor here. Put the render result. There we go. Damn, it looks buttery as fuck, the the final render here. But we will go down to here, make a new image like that. Oh, the compositor actually just automatically activates. Usually I had to like click on a checkbox to let Blender know that, hey, I want to use the compositing nodes here in Blender. But okay, actually I'll disconnect it from the viewer for now, so I mean the freaking render is in the side here anyways. But let's see, film grain, vignette. What's vignette? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Oh. Huh? Oh, I like this. I like this new added feature in Blender. Can now paint filler differing. What's differing look like? I hope this is actual thing in Blender, because oh my god, holy shit, Blender is actually dang, they actually improved the compositor node. Oh my god, it was also a pain in the ass to figure out what node does what in Blender, but now it's like it's really like straightforward at this point. Let me see, straight. Okay, we can make it. How pixelated can we make this? Oh my god, we can also like make some pixel art with this. Oh boy, wow. I like this. What the heck? Any other things we can do here? Sepia, retime, offsetting, position mark, exposure, visualization, chromatic aberration. Oh, chromatic aberration. Oh my god. I like this. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I love this. What the heck? Actually, wait. Let's combine this with the vignette here. Change the factor to like Ooh! Oh my god, look at that! Holy shit! Ah, yeah, this is definitely a major improvement. Holy shit! I should have been. I never should have doubted Blender when it comes to their freaking updates and shit. I thought they lost the updated game a long time ago, but now, holy crap! This is a good quality of life improvement. What's this here? Night vision, film grain, film grain. Let me test this out. We will put this over to here and over to here. Oh my god! Oh wow! Oh boy! Wow! Oh sheesh! I like this. I like this so much. Oh my god! Freaking! All right. Wait. Let me cook. Actually, let's put this. Let's plug this here. Let's see what happens to do this here. Oh, freaking! Ah, shit, that's good. Oh my god. Compositing has been upgraded to a whole new level. Holy shit. Okay, wait, let me make it like that. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Oh yeah. Oh ha. Ah. You know, I hated the freaking rendering photorealistic stuff in Blender, but now it's just this easy to make like something that looks like, you know, like something that you can see in real life. Oh my god. Okay. What else is here? Paint filter? Let's see what this is all about. Oh. Oh, that looks nice. Now it now looks like a painting that you see in a canvas. Wow. I like this. Let me see. Watercolor? Oil paint? Okay, I am very skeptical about this because there's just AI art levels of easy at this point. I don't know how to feel about this. Let me see. 10? Size 10. Are there still the normal kinds of? Okay, it still has the all the other stuff that I can get here. Tune contrast, tune image, unsharp mask, paint filter. But yeah, I am liking this. This is a good quality of life improvement. I don't know if this is like a Blender feature or if it's like something that came out of Blender Kit, but yeah, I like this. This is some good shit right here. What's stroke texture mean? Oh. Oh, that's how it looks like. Okay. And let's put it back to here. Yeah. Freaking love that. I love this. Love this image right here. But no, we'll keep it. I like the. I haven't rendered anything in realistic in quite a while, so we'll keep it this one right here. Okay, nice. How long I've been streaming? 4 hours and 12 minutes. 4 hours, 12 minutes. Okay, okay, I know I've been here for a very long time, but I think I might have to end the stream right here. Okay, thanks to Blender Guru's 1.0 tutorial, I have rediscovered my love for Blender's compositor here. Now that they have all of these, like, how to say this, asset libraries under here to make, like, making stuff in Blender much easier to get. So, oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna post this as my like as a new image you guys can find under my community post. But yeah, this is a revolutionary moment for Blender. This is a huge step forward for mankind and the 3D community, especially the Blender community, because this is good. I love this. There's nothing else to say but to say that I freaking love this new feature in Blender. So I'm gonna be testing this out. I think I want to try and get back to to 3D modeling after all of this time. We can maybe make, like, I don't know, a Pokemon with Blender. We can make, I don't know, we can make maybe one of the Gen 5 Pokemon again as maybe a test exercise to see how good the compositor node has become since then. So yeah, we're gonna I don't know what to say, guys, but I guess we're back to rendering stuff in Blender now. So if you guys if you want to see some more Blender stuff, we might continue that in the future. So be sure to like and subscribe. Of course, we'll continue with this with the donut tutorial, because there's still something that I wanna try and experiment with Blender, which is their geometry nodes. So we'll probably do more of that in the future, and of course we're also gonna do some more stuff when it comes to the Blender donut. Not the Blender donut. When it comes to Godot, of course, I'm still gonna be doing some more game-related stuff there. But this stream just kind of reminded me why I love Blender in the first place. It's the fact that you can tinker around with the program and never expect and never know what Blender would do until you kind of just test around the program and shit. So yeah, we're gonna continue this in another stream, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, go read a book. Bye bye.